Good morning, everybody. The time is 8:45. The day is Friday, January 16th. I cannot believe we're halfway through the first month of the year. Before we get going and into Committee of the Whole Group 2, a couple of things that we want to make some introductions, and also I think Member Wood has something to put on the record. Member Wood.
Yes, thank you. Okay, so in my ethics statement, when I say I contract for this, that, and the other thing, I'm a builder, contractor, and all my work is remote. And it came up yesterday that I went out and did work on the river, and I was, got contracted to blow up this cabin for Chagyang. I also have worked in the bay as a builder for a sport fishing lodge. And in the past, and I didn't bring that to the attention of my ethics advisor, Ms. Carlson Van Dort. So for that reason, I'll recuse myself of the proposal. I believe it's 61, and will not. It is 68.
68.
Will not deliberate.
You're good on 61, though, right?
I'm good on 61. Yeah, definitely 61. I will not be on 68.
68, you'll recuse yourself.
Apologies, that was my oversight, my fault.
Thank you, Member Wood. I appreciate you.
Hard to know what I can do right.
Making that disclosure. It's tough. I get it. Mr. Godfrey.
So just to be clear, Board Member Wood, you did past construction as a past job. There's no prospective work moving forward. This is not ongoing.
I'm a contractor, so I get hired by different people to do different things. I may end up doing work for them in the future, but it's also a friendship deal because it's like it's not strictly pay.
I assume you talked to the Department of Law on this, but having done past work and being friends with somebody, I'm not sure how that precludes you from participation.
So let me weigh in here.
Okay.
This is a proposal, and that the person that submitted a
Oh,
proposer is who he did work
Copy.
for in the past 12
Thank
months since the proposal. So I don't know what I could make an ethics ruling. He's recusing himself, before that happens, and I think that I'm comfortable with that. And if he's comfortable with that, I just wanted to make sure it was disclosed and on the record. That's all. Okay. Commissioner, you've joined us. Welcome.
Yeah, and I want to know who put this "The Bears" single on my thing here.
I did not see that. Now I'm looking around here too. It wasn't me.
Yeah, no, I was down at Treaty. Interesting discussions we're having down there because we're getting into renegotiations now of the Southeast Treaty. They have a real issue with our fisheries intercepting their stocks of fish down there, so they're looking for us to have more cuts than while they want to increase their harvest, and that didn't sit well with me, so we had some very frank and interesting discussions. But I'm looking forward to the discussions here. Sorry I was late for a few days, and I'll be with you today and tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you as much as we enjoyed having Ben with us. It's good to see you. Thank you. And then I also was remiss in also allowing our friend at the end of the table from OSM to introduce himself. Looks like you switched out a little bit different face. Scott, would you please introduce yourself for folks?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board, and everyone else that's here. My name is Scott Ayers. I am the Deputy Director at the Office of Subsistence Management. I'm happy to be here with you all. I'm glad that my colleague, Jared Stone, was able to step in for me the first 2 days while I was waylaid with other things, but I'm happy to be here and excited to watch this process play out. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Appreciate you. All right. Any other announcements for the morning? Nope. Okay. As I said, last night before we broke, in case you weren't here, my intent today is to complete Committee of the Whole Group 2, stand down for a while. I know that there's substitute language that's being worked on and hopefully being released soon, and I want to make sure that the public has a good amount of time to have conversations with members, submit RCs, and whatnot. So I haven't decided on what that amount of time will be, but please know that we'll probably be standing down for a minimum of an hour, perhaps a little bit more based on the conversations that might need to occur before we get into deliberations of the Committee of the Whole Group 1. So with that, I will go ahead and turn the gavel over to Chair Chamberlain to take us through the rest of Committee of the Whole Group 2. Mr. Chamberlain.
Thank you, Ms. Carlson Van Dort. let's just get right into it. So just a reminder to the public, if you do wish to speak, as this proposal is being read, please move up to the mic on my left, your right, in the corner. Keep comments limited to new information. Don't discuss any other names or speak disparagingly of other people. If you want to read into the record, I won't allow it. I strongly encourage you to RC anything if you want, instead of reading into it, but we're keeping it to new information only. So with that, we'll start with Proposal 52 and to the department.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, my name is Stacy Vega, Igigik Management Biologist, Division of Commercial Fisheries. Proposal 52, 5 AAC, new section, create an Upper Igigik River sockeye salmon special harvest area management plan. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Do we have any comment on this one? Yes, please.
Mr. Chair, thank you, Madam Chair. I'm speaking for myself. My name is Randy Alvarez from Igigik. I would support this proposal, but I would like maybe to have it amended. Currently, when the fleet in the Naknek-Kwijak has to go in river to the Naknek Special Harvest Area, the Igigik district gets pulled into the 110 line, and the district gets smaller. I would like to see if the fleet gets pulled into the Naknek-Kwijak district, I would like to see this proposal go through to make the Igigik district bigger from when they currently have to fish into the 110 line. That would give them more room. It also would. I live in the Lake and Peninsula Borough, and the borough receives fish tax from fish caught in Igigik and Ugashik. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarez. Seeing no one else lined up and no questions from the board, we'll move on to the next proposal.
Proposal 53, 5 AAC 06.359, Igigik River sockeye salmon special harvest area management plan. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, Matt.
Hi, Matt Marinkovich. I'm the author of the proposal, and I put this proposal forth because of the illegal fishing problem in Igigik, and this is a solution that, by my thinking, would eliminate most of the problem because that water would go away as the tide went out. That's the thinking behind it. I still think it has merit, but I understand there's language you're working on with 70 through 74, whatever the East Side General Corridor, and if that goes through, then we don't need this. So but on its own has merit, but without that, why bother? So that's all.
Thank you. Seeing no questions from the board, come on up, Carol.
Kirill Basarjan, opposing 53 reasons due. This proposal is unnecessary. The proposal is suggested by the enforcement also due to illegal fishing. And this has nothing to do with escapement or the sustainability of fish into the rivers. All it has to do is to enforce the law because more fishermen fish over the line. So we're opposing this proposal.
Thank you, Carol. Seeing no further questions and no other speakers, we'll move on to the next proposal.
Mr. Chair, for the record, I'm Travis Ellison, Naknek-Kwijak Area Management Biologist. Proposal 45, 5 AAC 06.370, registration and re-registration. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. We'll take the first speaker.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members. Richard Wilson, I am the maker of this proposal. This one here is, like mentioned yesterday, this is an attempt to hold back fleet a bit so that management would be able to get our quota, up into the river systems. We have a later run there in the Naknek-Kwidziak, and this time of year, most boats are looking for to catch the peak of the runs. And if we were to add a few days on the end of this registration, this would help management be able to get our escapement goals. And with it, the allocation would still be alive between gear groups, and also the Kings would also have a chance because he still has to work on tide levels, and it allows the Kings to have a better chance to escape the district and up into the system there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Seeing no further questions from the board, we'll take the next speaker.
Good morning, Michael Matheson. I confirmed with the East Side managers last night, a regulation is already in place that the manager can extend the emergency order period beyond July 17th, 9 a.m. in Naknek, Igigik, or Ugashik if they deem necessary.
Thank you, Mr. Matheson. Seeing no further questions, take the next speaker.
Tim Mickelson. I'm a commercial drift net fisherman. As far as strategy on fishermen and what he's trying to accomplish with this, most fishermen who want to fish the Kwidziak, they look at the 17th as a line and they just kind of twiddle their thumbs when the fishery they're in, waiting for that day. If they know it's going to be an extra 5 days, they're just going to end up transferring. That's the philosophy that happens with my whole group. You know, they're like, well, I'm done here, and it's like the 14th or 15th, but they might as well just stay there because the line's going to drop on the 17th. If they knew it switched to the 22nd, they would go ahead and transfer. So I don't know that it's really going to take the weight off the fishery that it looks like at face value. And I also believe there is a regulation because we've seen it extended out past the 17th before.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Harriton Bassard, and keep it short. I mean, I don't see what this proposal will do any favors for us. I mean, this is the biologist's job, like others said. That's what I think. They're doing their job. If the fish there's not enough escapement, they're gonna postpone the extension. So that's it.
Thank you, Harriton. No questions from the board and no other speakers. We'll move on to the next proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 95, 5 AAC 06.370, registration and re-registration. Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Go ahead, Matt.
Hi, Matt Marinkovich. I'm the author of the proposal, and to keep you updated, I've submitted RC 86, and that clarifies, what that RC 86 has language that clearly defines that the Togiak is recognized as super exclusive, and that's in that RC. Also, there's one clerical error in that same RC, and I believe Chairman or Member Irwin's got that language. So this proposal is about safety and the opportunity for fishermen to, you could say, test run their boat and train their crews. And most every other fishery has some way of testing their gear, long line, and of course, just whatever. I don't have to go into it, but so it's important to test your boats and your gear and train your crew before things get hot and heavy during the peak of the season, and that's what this is. The idea of this is. The reason fishermen don't currently go out and test their boats is because the 48-hour transfer period after their initial registration, it makes some fishermen very anxious because they might not be able to be in the district they want to be when they think they need to be. This is really a perception thing. I personally go fish early, and then I have to deal with my transfer if I want to try to time it right to be in the right spot. And I will say, from personal experience, it is very kind of nerve-wracking, stressful, whatever. I've been stuck in the NACNet district when I'll stop on that. But anyways, so you get the idea there. So the ability to unregister, the ability to go fishing early and then unregister, and you'll hear people maybe in comments referring to dropping their card or their blue card. And before computers, they'd give us a card. It was blue, and we had to check where we're going to fish and then get that turned into the Fish and Game office before we could go fishing. That was called dropping your card. So the ability for people to register early, then unregister, get their card back, and then the perceived valuable strategy of that is that when they could decide up until the last minute where they want to fish. And there are some boats that you see them driving around, they have no crew on deck, and they're just looking when other boats are fishing because they're deciding if they're going to drop their card. And that boat has not fished at all during the season. It could be, I've seen it as late as July 2nd. And when they do drop their card and go fishing, it's going to be lots of fish, and they have an untrained crew, and also their vessel hasn't been given a shakedown. And another advantage of the unregistration is that 48-hour period when the boats are fishing in the early season, you have time to figure out what's not right with your boat. It could be a bilge pump, it could be some other hydraulic system, and most of these things, put it this way, when you get one small problem, combine that with another small problem, then all of a sudden you have a bigger problem, and then you bring in a bunch of fish and changing the weight of your boat, that's where you lose boats. And so that's really the crux of this whole thing.
Matt, let's wind up within the next 30 seconds.
I think I got everything, I guess. You get the idea.
Okay, I think Ms. Carlson Van Dort has a question.
I have a question. So are you contemplating this being allowed before the fishery opens?
No. So as it is, their scheduled period, scheduled fishing starts June 1st and goes all the way to, it could go as late as June 25th. And so this would be.
In certain districts?
No, this is.
Baywide?
Yeah, but I mean, let's face it, nobody's going to go do this. There is no fishing in Nushagak, as we are discussing, before that time. And areas of Naknek, Ugashik, and Igigig would have, that's where people would fish early. And so if you want to fish on June 1st, when you can, you have to drop your card and register and go fishing. And then let's say you whatever, there's no fish then, but, and then then you have to transfer before you fish to another period.
Okay, I'm trying to understand this, okay? So like, first of all, I've heard a whole lot of testimony at this meeting that it's all about making sure we're terminal harvest fisheries, we need to make escapements, so I'm surprised to hear that the bay can go fishing on June 1st, okay? That's another topic, but I'm just going to throw that out there. I'm most familiar with testing fisheries. I come from a seining background, right? So if we're training crew, when I was fishing, it was either done to take a couple of test hauls to either A, get some subsistence fish, or B, it's real easy to just stern haul a seine and never, purse.
Yeah.
And so you're not catching anything.
Correct.
Right? It's a little different with a gill net.
Yeah.
So I just don't understand. It seems like there's a lot of choice here. If you want to go test your crew, you can go fishing on June 1st. You can show up early.
Yes.
And then you can just transfer your card and you're not really losing any days, 2 days, because as you said, there's no fish. So I just don't, I guess, this seems to be a bit, I am envisioning in my mind, as you get closer to that date of June 25th and the other districts are starting to open and fish are really starting to show up, that you could have 400 boats out there test fishing. See what I'm saying?
Well, the thing is, there are a number of boats. I'm an early season fisherman, so I go out and I'm fishing, okay? And then this is for the people who don't do it. And nobody asked me, nobody said, hey, why don't you do this so I can go fishing early? I see the problem, and I'm trying to address it. And also, Madam Chair, I understand, I was trying to explain the finer shades of this to my wife, and she knows what goes on, and it's very confusing, the notion of this is.
See, I don't see the problem. You're saying you see the problem, and I'm just telling you that I don't see the problem, because if you want to go train your crew, then you get out there a little bit early when there's no fish, and you train your crew, or you train your crew, a week or two before the fish start hitting heavy if you have that opportunity and the bay's open. I don't see the problem. I don't see the need for this, but I'm willing to listen, and I'm curious, but that's one of the things that I'm confused about right now.
I can address that point directly. The problem is, if you fish early, then let's say you fish early in Naknek, and you decide, okay, so I'm going to fish next in Igigig, so there I go. I'm down in Igigig. And I've seen this play out a number of times, okay? It's happened to myself. So then you put your transfer into Igigig, and then while Igigig is, you're waiting for your transfer to fish there, let's say it's late enough where you could fish in Nushagak. It's like, oh, well, they're really getting them in. I'm serious, okay?
I hear you. Those are individual choices.
Yes, but the fact is that because those individuals and that's why I always use the term perceived advantage and all this other stuff, it's because those individuals actually do this, and those individuals don't fish early, and they don't get their
Or
boats
if
in order,
they
or their
wanted to
crew
do that,
trained.
then they could show up a week early. I don't
But
know.
then they
Thank
lose
you. Yeah.
Okay, they lose they lose the ability to just drop their card and have instant registration.
Got it. Okay. I was just trying to get to the kernel of the safety issue that I'd heard about in public testimony. So thank you for your explanation. I'm interested in other comments on it. So thank you.
Seeing no further questions, we'll take the next speaker. Thank you, Matt.
Hey, good morning. This is Franz Schoenberg, a commercial drift gill netter. For a little bit of clarification on those questions, they're good questions. What is the point? Well, everybody has different styles of fishing. I am a guy who shows up May 1st, and I spend a month getting my old boat ready, and there's always unforeseen problems. And you deal with those problems, but ultimately you can't figure out all the problems. And then you go out and you fish. I fish every district. I go to where the odds make the most sense in my favor because I have an old boat. I have to go where the least boats are and the most fish are as practically as I can. It's a very difficult decision to make. And so having to drop my card to get the bugs worked out, to train the green crew, which, as you all know, the commercial fishing industry has been pretty challenging the last couple of years. And so crew turnover has been really high. So in order to train the crew, I have to drop the card. Even if I start on June 1st, that still locks me into a district. And then as things unfold, you're locked into that district. It's like, well, I don't want to fish here. I want to go somewhere else. So, it alleviates the stress making that decision. And it depends on how you choose to fish.
Okay, I think we have a question from.
Yeah, not really a question, but just for the folks that are lining up, I understand how the 48 hours transfer card works, so you don't need to explain that again. Thank you, though, but I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? Nope.
There are no further questions. We'll take the next speaker.
Good morning, Chair and Board. My name is Maureen Marinkovich, family. And what I want to say is safety first. Everywhere we go, you go to Costco, how many days has it been since we've had an accident? Firemen train. Everybody trains. I'm friends with a Navy SEAL guy, and he spends most of his time training so that when he needs to do something, he's ready to go. And that's what this feels like is missing in this very dangerous fishery. We're sort of glossing over because we're being judgmental about, well, get your shit together or be prepared. And it's not about just, you know, you don't tell an ABC, well, you should be able to do what you need to do because you trained for it. Like last year, you know, you train basically every day, all the time to review. One time Matt was crab fishing in the Bering Sea and a guy fell overboard and they had just done their training the day before, you know. It was very fresh in their mind. They were actually, Dave Grandy, I think, jumped in and attached himself to the guy and they all went to their stations and they saved his life. And that was because they had done their training the day before. So this is just sort of a weird combination of two things, but it's beneficial. It is so beneficial. It is such a no-brainer to a wife, a mother, or anyone who cares about anybody who's in a dangerous job. You just wouldn't tell firemen, like, just stay home, don't train, or don't go to the gym and build up your muscles. This is just a very, very basic way for people to just run through some drills, run through some stuff without the stress of this thing that you keep hearing about. And it's basically this thing. It's like, and then they're just like not paying attention to anything else because they're myopic. And this solves the problem. And it's just, if you focus too much on that one part of it, where you get confused, because I also am confused. I was like, so explain this to me, Matthew, so I can go up and say the right thing and make sense, you know, but kind of you get in the weeds in that, but the biologists support it, and people support this. It's a really good idea. It just feels weird when you're trying to figure it out, like if you get stuck in there, but the overall benefit is safety first, and it's beautiful, and it will save lives, it will make a better crew, and that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you, Maureen. Seeing no questions, we'll take the next speaker. Come on up, Carol.
Kirill Basarjan. I got all confused in the proposal initial, how it was explained, but I think I got the gist of it. We always had free week for many years. It worked. During the early season from June 1st to, I believe it used to be till the 15th, and then the regulations changed throughout the years. Each district got their own date when you had to drop the registration card. It worked profoundly and really good. We had no issues between fish or biologists that I am aware of. So I think how it was originally put in, leave it as it is, it works. And it gives a chance to fishermen to go between districts, because Naknek is far away, or Dillingham, say, and if you fish in Egik and you actually get a breakdown, and you go back to Naknek and fish there, the gentleman who just repaired his boat that came from Egik, he can test his gear out in the Naknek-Wijak area before he goes back to Egik or Yugashik. It's a far travel back and forth. So this gives an opportunity to have someone test out his gear and crew and so forth between the three districts. And I think the way it is has been working, and I think it should be left and no changes made.
Thank you, Carol. I see no further questions. We'll take the next one.
Good morning, Michael Jackson, Bristol Bay Drifter. I want to say why I agree 100% with safety. I'm a Coast Guard safety drill instructor. I teach captains how to do their drills. I'm 100% for safety. I've had one accident in 47 years, and it about killed my son, but it was an act of God. I'm all for safety, but I think the weakness with this proposal is that people could exploit it. I don't like that. As written, I don't support it. If there was some other way to do it, I think it'd be great, because training is critical. Bristol Bay, the learning curve for Bristol Bay isn't a curve, it's a cliff. You show up and you need to know how to do everything now, because everything's happening in millimeters and milliseconds. So as written, I can't support this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Go ahead, Reed.
Reed Clay for the record, Bristol Bay Setnet fisherman. Just hearing the conversation, I think what they're trying to get to, and I talked with them, and I believe they would agree that perhaps in some amended language, that after a 48-hour waiting period, as is typical, you could return your card to a neutral status. So kind of like a timeout. You still have to wait the 48 hours, but the way it works presently is when you initiate that 48 hours, you've put your transfer into District B, and now you're committed to District B. I think what they're asking for is an opportunity to return to a neutral status so that after 48 hours, they could then transfer to whichever district they're asking for. So I believe that Matt might be able to speak to whether that's what they're getting for.
Thank you, Reed. Seeing no further questions, come on up, Matt.
Matt Marinkovich, I believe what he described is what happens in the language as written. So, but that's a good way of putting it. So, but I wanted to come up and give a little past history about this early season non-registration or whatever. From 2010 to 2015, 6 years of fishing had, I don't know what the technical term was, but you could go fishing and you didn't have to register. And so you wouldn't have to, you could fish in Naknek in the morning and Igigig in the afternoon. And there was, the boats that participated would, what happened was they would kind of hoard around like a horde from whatever districts opened, and it became very difficult to manage. So this has already been played out. It's already been Fish and Game. I'm not sure the origin of that 6 year period, what the intent of it was, but it did happen. And I believe the department appreciated it because they could see what fish were coming into the areas aside from just test fishing. But it didn't work because of the fact that nobody was registered and you could fish wherever. The benefit of this is you can still have the benefit of early fishing season, and if you want to switch districts, you still have to wait the 48 hours to transfer between Naknek and Igigig or wherever else. And the benefit is that you get your registration back, you get your blue card back, and you can then later drop and fish immediately. So, okay.
Thank you, Matt. Seeing no further questions, no others, go ahead. Come on up.
Hello, my name's Hayden Lynchide, drift fisherman. I kind of like the spirit of it, but this is going to get abused. People are going to come down on the east side, fish, and then neutral transfer back somewhere else. I think, I understand the safety argument. I think it's just, the drifters will abuse this if it passes. To try to catch more fish.
Okay, thank you. Seeing no further questions, Matt, let's wrap it up with you.
Yeah. I just want to clarify and reiterate that this is set to end on June 25th, so you can't unregister beyond that. And I think that makes a difference. Also, if that date is too late, bring it back a little bit, but I picked that date because in that period of 2010 to 2015, that was the end date of that experiment they did. So.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Seeing no further speakers, no other questions, we'll move to the next proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Proposal 92, 5 AAC 06.310, fishing seasons, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Does anyone wish to speak to 92? Come on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Richard Wilson, Naknek, Kwijak AC. We oppose this proposal. It really has no merit in our area. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Randy Alvarez, Lake LMAAC. the proposers are asking to close the Naknek-Quejack district down on the 25th to conserve on cohos. This would just have a big impact on everyone that fishes there. I think if the board were to pass the previous one where extend registration in the Naknek-Quejack district, this would probably help quite a bit towards conserving the silvers. Thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Seeing no questions, we'll move on to the next speaker. Come on up, ma'am.
Nancy Morris-Lyon, Bristol Bay resident. I just wanted to point out, not only would it give the coho a better chance to get into the river in some sort of numbers, we also have a late king push that happens out there, and it definitely would afford them a better opportunity for some time in the river as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy. Seeing no questions from the board, come on up, Matt.
Matt Marinkovich. I just want to mention the volume of fishermen out at the 25th of June. You're at the very tail, and anybody fishing beyond that date, generally for the most part, are the ones who stay late. And again, that video that was shown on the first day of Johnson Hill Line, it's not that. There's very few boats out fishing, and so it's not a gigantic impact on non-targeted species.
Thank you, Matt. See no further questions. We'll take the next speaker.
Tim Mickelson, commercial drift fisherman. I'm opposed to just a blank shutdown of the districts. I would prefer that it be under, some specific management. When I was starting fishing, I depended on late season fishing to make my payments and do a lot of stuff. It's when everybody leaves. There's not much fish, but you can make something happen. And just to have a blank, uneducated shutdown doesn't seem reasonable to me. I think it should be based on management of a biologist. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. See no questions. Come on up, Reed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Reed Clay, Setnet fisherman. I just want to say that in this area, the far end of the Quejack River District, there are a number of fishermen, not myself, but other fishermen who fish around me, who really rely on some of this late season fishing, depending on if it's a season where the fish are running late, to really make up the balance of their catch for the year. So I know it's very important to them, and since they're not here at this meeting to testify that, I wanted to share that with you.
Thank you, Reed. See no further questions. Joe, come on up.
Good morning, Joe Echohawk. I really did try to find data about how this could be managed, and there seems to be a kind of a hole in the data. So I think if this proposal were to really be looked into, the first step would be, what do we have in terms of monitoring and collecting data to actually know how to manage it? It's going to be really hard to manage something if you don't know what you're managing. So if we are just missing the data, I haven't been able to see it, then I would love for it to be presented and made available, but I could not find the data about that.
Yes, Joe, we have a question from Ms. Irwin.
Thank you, Mr. Echohawk. The data that you are referring to, is that for non-targeted species?
Correct. If there's concern about late season species, if there is that much concern about it, then there should also go hand in hand. There should be tracking and monitoring of those species, and I can't tell that that's really occurring. So I think the step number one should be, let's observe what's actually occurring so that then we can make wise choices.
Thank you for clarifying.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Joe. I see no further questions. Come on up.
Rich Wilson here. One more comment. This proposal is kind of an allocative type proposal, because if you were to shut the season off the 25th, you still have the commercial sports fishery that's upriver that would still harm. If we're looking at trying to get more kings or more silvers up the river, it would still be targeting those species. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Fred, come on up.
Fred Marinkovich, Bristol Bay Fishermen's Association. We oppose this. It takes a huge economic opportunity away from our fishermen, so.
Thank you, Fred. Seeing no questions, come on up, miss.
Yes, excuse me, I just wanted to point out that according to the Comfish
Can you
Division.
state your name for the
Oh,
record?
I'm sorry, yes, Nancy Morse-Lyon, Bristol Bay resident. According to Comfish, 99.9% of the run is over by this time. That's why this date was chosen, so for the sockeye specifically.
Thank you, Nancy. Seeing no questions, Matt, and then the speaker behind you will be the last speaker.
Matt Marinkovich. So when considering the whole, the processors that are buying at the end, at the late season, they remain open depending on how much fish they're getting. And if you take an entire district's catch away, that will impact how long they're going to stay up there and buy if the other districts aren't catching quite enough to keep the plant open. But with that, all the districts, you have the aggregate of the fish required to make the plant profitable to stay open at the end.
Okay, we'll take the next speaker. That's the last speaker on this proposal.
Brady Boone here. I would like to see the data before a hard date is set. I am personally a late season fisherman. There are very, very few boats out there. We're not causing any harm to what they're suggesting. But as for, there is no data to show this, and you can't just put a hard date in there. Get the scientists, get the biologists involved if there is something to be done, but you can't just put a hard date in there. Thank you.
I think we can take Randy and Joe. We have a little more discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Randy Alvarez. I'm speaking for myself. I am one of those people that bring fish home every day to process. We've been doing our own processing for about a little over 20 years, ever since the processors came out with 40 cents they're offering the fishermen, so we started doing direct marketing. But the last 10 years or so, my wife has got a different regular processing license. So even though most of the run is done by the 25th, we're still out there catching because I only bring her a small amount of fish home every day for her to process. So this would put an end to our processing if this were to be passed.
Thank you, Randy. Joe, come on up.
Joe Echohawk. So I believe the accounting towers are closed before the 25th. If I'm incorrect, I would love to be corrected on that as well, but I feel like that question should be posed to biologists that do we know that 99% of the sockeye run has ended by this date? Because I also don't believe that is being tracked like it is prior to the 25th. So if we're going to move forward on this, I would like that question to involve biologists as well.
Thank you, Joe. See no further questions, no other speakers. We'll move on to the next proposal.
Mr. Chairman, good morning. For the record, Tim Sands. Proposal 93, 5 AAC 06320, fishing periods.
Okay, we'll take the first speaker. Come on up.
Good morning. My name is Moses Critch, and I'm from Togiak, and Togiak Advisory Committee supported Proposal 93, extending Kalukak section of Togiak District from 9 a.m. Monday to 9 a.m. Friday. One of the reasons is because, safety issues. We travel from Togiak to Kalukak, which is about 40 plus miles of open waters. and it gets, and because of that, we've had fatalities in the past. So that's one of the reasons why we wanted, so we can have a flexibility of going to Kulukuk, fish Monday. If it's going to be windy, we can go back to Togiak. The other thing that we see is over-escapement to Togiak Lake. The biggest one being 500,000 fish, and that's a lot of foregone harvest for Togiak small fisheries. And usually there's approximately 8 set netters in Kulukuk, and about maybe 2 to 4 drifters. And in the past years, Kulukuk section was open from 9 a.m. Monday to 9 a.m. Saturday. And it didn't have any problems with that in the past. So the previous proposal that stopped Togiak, Kulukuk district from 9 a.m. Monday to 9 a.m. Saturday, there was a proposal saying that it was an intercept fishery. But currently, I am saying there's only 8 set netters and maybe 2 or 4 drifters. And that does not impact Togiak's, Togiak saying that it is an intercept fishery. Because we are seeing a lot of over-escapement, therefore giving us foregone harvest. Thank you.
Thank you, Moses. We have a question. Moses, we have a question for you.
Quick question for you. What are you guys seeing in terms of kings in the Kulukak section?
I don't see any conservation problem in Togiak, Kulukak section of Togiak district because, like I said, 8 of us set netters are not catching the king salmon. The king salmon that comes in through Kulukak Point hugs the beach all the way up to those 2 rivers inside the Kulukak. So I don't believe there's that problem of conservation.
Thank you. Historically, did the fishermen in the Kulukak section catch kings? Like in the past?
I'm not sure about that, but I do know that there was a set netter close to the mouth of Kulukak River that was catching king salmon, but he's passed on and nobody took over the site.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Moses. I see no other questions. We'll take the next speaker.
Jimmy Kupchak, Chair of the Togiak AC. As the Chair of the Togiak AC, I support Proposal 93. However, given staff comments, I would be open to 72 hours a week, anytime during the week due to weather.
Thank you, Jimmy. See no further questions. We'll move on to the next speaker. Come on up, Mr. Basarjian.
Phil Basarjian. I'm in full support for Proposal 93 because I only fished Togiak 3 seasons. But in 2024, we experienced some severe weather, so we had to hole up in Kwekak Bay, Kolkak or whatever it is, sorry. And we had to stay there for 3 days, and I have a big boat, and these local fishermen have skiffs. And we had to wait for the weather to clear before we go. So if they get stuck in the weather mixes up the water so bad it's brown all the way throughout the bay. So the fish is not coming in until the weather goes down and clears. So there would be no point of shutting it down. All they're going to do is catch a little bit so they don't get bored or cold in their cabins. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. I see no further questions. Come on up.
I promise not to cry this time. I'm Leilani, I'm from Togiak. This proposal does not increase effort, only flexibility. They're not asking for extended gear or capacity. Additional fishing time would remain subject to the in-season management and encourage escapement goals. The weather concerns are valid. I've watched a group of 8 set net fishermen make their way across the bay, and the westward swell would come in, and we'd watch them disappear within the wave and then come right back up, and then they'd have to turn around on their way out because it's too dangerous for those fishermen that have traditionally fished in Kulukak to make their way over. And allowing for flexibility would, they'd be able to tell the commissioner that it's too rough to go around, can we move the opener later in the week or extend the opener to allow for safer travel to Kulukak Bay. It would also increase fishermen participation as our fleet in the bay has dramatically decreased in the last 15 years. We've seen from 140 fishermen down to 25 within those 15 years. And I fish with primarily young fishermen, and that's primarily who I've interacted with, and they've expressed their intentions to either no longer fish due to the increased weather, like they can't go fish in their parents' and their grandparents' traditional fishing grounds in Kulukak, and they have established sites over there and not so many established sites on the Togiak side.
Okay, thank you. I see no other questions. Thank you for your voice. Come on up, Mr. Sharp.
Thank you, Fritz Sharp from Twin Hills. I just wanted to, and since I haven't heard it, there's a lot of families that go with their children when they go from Togiak to Kulukak. So it becomes a family safety issue, because all my life, I started fishing when I was 9 with my father. And the men were drifting and the women were usually set netting. And I recall even infants in camps during the summertime. So it becomes a safety issue for all. And I would support extending that time Monday through Friday, because initially it used to be Monday through Saturday. And the area I would catch the most kings when I fished there was not at the, I guess the northern boundary where people fish, which is by the cliff. It goes, there's a little cove, and that's where most of the set netters are. And then maybe 2 miles to the right of it, north of it, is Kanuk. And that's where I caught most of my kings and chums. But where the set netters are is usually predominantly Ritz, from my experience. So thank you. I just wanted to add that.
Thank you, Fritz. I see no other questions. Carol, come on up.
Kirill Basarjan. we're in full support of this proposal. I don't fish Togiak much, but the years I have been, our field sergeant said, weather is terrible. My boat, we were coming from Igigik to Togiak and Kulikuk area. The weather gets so bad, especially these Nino years. Been getting worse and worse. So for the small boats, it's getting especially for the local fleet. My boat flipped on its side 90 degrees with the wave coming up. It hit me so hard. I was sitting on the table eating dinner. It hit me so hard, it flew me back to my captain's chair. I still got a cut right here, and my head hit here, and I have concussion because of that. And then I had to add like a butterfly stitches. So the weather is terrible in that area. To have extended periods for the local fleet, I think would help them progress. And I think there's no conservation or sustainability issues with the Togiak. I think biologists are doing a really good job of doing Togiak, because there's a certain time only other drifters can come in to fish in Togiak, or if they come in, they have to stay through the whole season until other districts. So I think this will open up an opportunity for the local fleet to fish safely and bring income to their families.
Thank you, Carol. We'll have the next speaker up.
Jimmy Kupchak, Togiak. We already have a conservation program in the main bay, where the commercial side of the fishermen there have taken conservation of kings, where we close part of the main bay there, where they've been catching king. So already the commercial side took conservation measures on the commercial fishery there. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy. Seeing no questions and no further speakers, we'll move on to the next proposal.
Mr. Chairman, Proposal 94, 5AAC 06.369, Togiak District Salmon Management Plan.
Come on up, Jimmy.
As the chair of the Jimmy Kupchak Togiak, as the chair, I support this proposal so we can take care of the foregone harvest that department has concerns about. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy. I see no questions, no further speakers, and no further proposals. Madam Chair, that I turn the chair back over to you, since that concludes Group 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chamberlain. Great job moving us through Group 2. I think what I'd like to do now is stand down, make sure that we can catch up with substitute language and getting those posted through the RC portals and distributed to members and the public. Let's stand down until 11 a.m., and then I will give you an update on whether or not we need some more time or if we are ready to start into some deliberations, okay? So I'll update everyone at 11 a.m., and we'll see you then. Thank you.
I don't know. I'm either gonna sit and see out. Not enough time to run into the house in Welch's, but too long a time to want to sit at PDX in the middle of the night. Yeah, well, at least if I'm here, like at the end of my fishing season, you know, I at least can plan on that whole day and get that and take the last flight out of Dillingham. Yeah, no, I haven't had to go since
Hi, everyone. I was intending to give an update at 11. It is 11:55. I was reading my watch very wrong, but certainly engrossed in a lot of really good conversations. So I want those conversations to continue a little bit longer. And the intent here is to take a long lunch break and come back on the record at 2 p.m. to deliberate committee of the whole group 2. So we're going to do group 2 at 2 p.m. And then we'll go from there. All right? See you at 2. Director Nelson?
I was just hoping, I mean, if anyone is, excuse me, for the public's, for the public's information, since we're coming back to begin deliberations on group 2 at 2 o'clock, I would suggest, because we need time to copy and distribute RCs, if you're submitting RCs for anything that's going to be deliberated in group 2, please try to get them in by 1:30. That gives us time to copy and distribute. Thank you.
Thanks, Art. All right, now you can go to lunch. All right, welcome back, everybody. The time is 2:23. We are on the record and going to begin board deliberations on Group 2. Group 2 contains proposals related to fishing districts, east side management, and fishing periods, seasons, and reporting. There are 18 proposals in this group, and we will begin today with proposal number 71. Proposal 71, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, I am Travis Ellison. I am the Naknek-Quejack District Area Management Biologist for the Division of Commercial Fisheries. Proposal 71, 5 AAC 06, new section. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Excuse me. Move to adopt with substitute language found in RC 75.
Second that and ask for unanimous consent.
Hearing no objections, the board has before it RC 75 is language substituted for the original proposal 71. Staff comments, please.
Proposal 71 with substitute language from RC 75 would create a general district management plan and establish the Middle Bluff section and the Cape Greg section. The general district would open after 9 a.m. July 22nd if the midpoints of all Bristol Bay sockeye salmon sustainable escapement goal ranges have been exceeded. The general district would open concurrently with the east side districts on a fishing schedule of 9 a.m. Monday to 9 a.m. Friday. The general district would close after August 15. Current regulations allow fishing in terminal Bristol Bay districts associated with major river systems according to established management plans. This proposal will allow commercial fishing on multiple species of salmon of stocks of unknown origin and run strength. The department is opposed to the general district concept because it would increase the intercept of non-local stocks and complicate the department's ability to assign catch to the river of origin. The department is neutral on the allocative aspects of these proposals. To meet the board's statutory responsibility to subsistence law, it should consider whether subsistence regulations continue to provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses if the proposal is adopted. Madam Chair.
Thank you. And can you speak to the language in the RC and what that does specifically?
Yes, Madam Chair. So it creates a general district management plan and establishes fishing areas. One, it's called the Middle Bluff section, which would essentially run from the northwest corner of the Igigik district north to the southwest corner of the Naknek section. It would create another area called the Cape Greg section, which would run from the southwest corner of the Igigik district to the southwest corner of the Igigik district to the northwest corner of the Ugashik district. This area could not be opened until after 9 a.m. July 22nd, and would also require that the midpoints of all Bristol Bay sockeye salmon escapement goals had been exceeded. And then this area would be closed after August 15th. Madam Chair.
Thank you. And my last question to you before I start talking about my substitute language is, does the department's comments change substantively with respect to the new substitute language?
Madam Chair, no, they're the same.
Thank you. And let me just speak a little bit to my substitute language. As was described, this creates a couple, or is intended to do an east side general district that is specific to the Ugashik, Igigik, and Naknek districts. And I would also add that in addition to requiring that the midpoints of all Bristol Bay sockeye salmon escapement goal ranges are to be exceeded, I would also note that the Alagnak River lower bound sustainable escapement goal is also required to be met. The Alagnak River does not have an upper end of an SEG, so there is no midpoint. So we just decided to include that the lower bound SEG was met, and that still allows Commissioner EO authority within that time. Also, the fishing schedule, 9 a.m. till Friday, August 15th, when the plan is in effect, the districts will have that 5 days, I believe a week as well. The other part of that, this begins on July 22nd and would run through August 15th. And you may have said that, I'm just reiterating. Did I state anything incorrectly?
No, Madam Chair, it sounded right.
Okay. And I would also, just for members, note that the districts or the lines that are described in the substitute language are meant to be consistent with page 4 of RC 24. And there are a few things that I wanted to put on the record as I considered putting forth this substitute language. First of all, I wanted to make sure that we didn't run into any biological concerns in terms of escapement goals being met, hence the reason that the midpoints, not even the lower bounds, but the midpoints of all of the bays, SEGs, will need to be exceeded before the general district would open. This is intended to spread out the fleet a little bit and to provide some late season opportunity. And then the other thing that was important to me is having conversations with stakeholders was to make sure that we are maintaining as best we can information about where these fish are caught. And that would be required to be reported on the fish ticket in the district in which they were caught and delivered. But also, the stakeholders have agreed to work with their local RSDA to raise, I think, $50,000 or to commit $50,000 to a genetics program so that they are collecting age, sex, length, and genetic data for those fish caught so that they postseason can be properly apportioned or at least added into the data set. So I certainly appreciate that. And as well, making sure that the tenders are stationed within the districts, the existing districts, Ugashik, Igigik, Naknek, so that the fish tickets are reflected. And I would also note that we have RC 38, RC 87, and RC 28 from Trident Seafoods, from Silver Bay Seafoods, and from North Lane Seafoods, committing to make sure that all reporting requirements necessary to support a general district fishery would be enacted. So they are in full cooperation with the spirit and intent of the substitute language. Again, this is intended to provide some late season opportunity for folks that want to scratch and reduce some of the enforcement problems that have occurred. Are there any board discussion? Mr. Wood.
Yeah, thank you. I heard the testimony that especially a late season could help, especially younger fishermen or people that have had broken down boats and whatnot, to be able to recoup their season if something had happened. However, I think one of the things that struck me more than anything during testimony was the grayer fleet members getting up one after the other talking about how an open general district had worked in the past. And there was a lot of caution to that. And one of the hallmarks of Bristol Bay is having a terminal stock fishery. And this all of a sudden is having a fishery that potentially intercepts going past these rivers. And I think there's a word of caution about that. I've seen it myself in where I live, and especially in Cook Inlet. And I think there's a lot to be said for having lines and knowing and keeping those lines there and knowing where people are fishing and catching their fish. Because when the fish are there, so won't the fishermen. It won't be spread out, especially on stocks of either chum or coho or lake kings. And so I'm really cautious about this proposal.
Mr. Chamberlain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think one of the things I really pushed hard on early in this meeting was my discomfort at how little information there is on the non-target species within these districts, within 8 of the 9 rivers. And so there are a lot of unknowns already in this fishery. And when we start blurring the lines between each of these respective rivers and districts, I fear that we lose what control we have over the stocks we're targeting. And this does move more into an intercept fishery than a targeted fishery. And so given my prior my prior expressed discomfort on this issue. I'm inclined to vote no, though I do see why people want to go in there, but yeah, I think given the concerns of the longer serving members of the fleet, I'm tended to, I agree with them.
Thank you. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this is a question for the department, maybe the Department of Law or somebody else could answer this, but 5AAC 06.355, which is the commercial drift salmon management plan and allocation plan, it has some interesting things in there, and I'm wondering if the board were to adopt this proposal, would it still fall within the general guidelines of this, or would it kind of stray too far outside of it? And I guess that's just the kind of the first question I have, because it talks about, really talks about, you know, the terminal fishery aspect. And if that's within this plan, I'm not sure that a general district kind of follows that to a T. So I don't know if anybody can answer that question or give me an interpretation, because I'm kind of on the fence right now.
Department of Law.
Yes. Member Carpenter, through the chair, I guess I would need more time just to review what the, I guess, the incompatibilities between 6355 with the proposed language here are. But, yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Department have any comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, under 5AAC 06335, Paren B, part of this section says, it is the intent of the Board of Fisheries that Bristol Bay sockeye salmon be harvested in traditional harvest locations, and that historical sockeye salmon catches be allocated between drift and set gill net fisheries. I think that's probably there's other stuff in there that it might not agree with.
Follow up, Mr. Carpenter.
Just to follow up, I guess. So when I look at this, the first thing that sticks out in my mind is this management plan and allocation plan. It says, instructs the department to manage the Bristol Bay sockeye salmon fisheries terminally. There's no ambiguity there, in my opinion. So I understand the intent behind the proposal. I understand the idea of providing more opportunity, but I can't necessarily support a proposal that might fall outside the guideline of what is kind of laid out in the salmon management and allocation plan. So I'll listen to other comments.
Mr. Godfrey.
I'm inclined to vote no on this, and was for the very reason that the department opposes it. The interceptory, you know, is concerning to me, transitioning to any degree from a terminal harvest fishery, but I'm always reluctant to support, not to say I haven't, but I'm reluctant to support proposals that complicate the management and data for the department, and whenever possible, would like to make it easier. And given the comments of Board Member Wood and Chamberlain, I agree with both of their comments as well, so I'm further inclined to vote no on this.
Mr. Swenson.
I'm also not very comfortable with opening up, you know, the fleet to go catch fish. We have no idea where those fish are going, and so on and so forth. So for those reasons, I'm not in support of this. I like the idea of the terminal fishery that we have here.
Thank you. A couple of things that I would say. I don't see this as not being managed terminally. I see these as still continuing to be managed terminally because of the areas in which they're caught and delivered. And that's precisely the point of making sure that we have the data so that we can make those adjustments in later when we understand where and how these fish are caught. Again, I have less heartburn about the biological aspects of this because all of these systems will have met their escapement goals. It's not a biological issue. So I'm very interested in hearing the comments around this table about concerns about intercept, and I expect that we're going to continue those intercept conversations here over the course of the next couple of months. So I have less heartburn about these fisheries being managed terminally, especially when we have fish ticket data that will be shared with where and how these were caught, and also the program to actually augment the department's data in terms of what's happening late season in the general district. Furthermore, I would also add that the general district that we heard in public testimony, as was described by some of those folks who had a lot of heartburn and concern about it, was a very different construct than what is being contemplated right now. That was an earlier season. First of all, it did not have any requirements about the midpoints of all Bristol Bay SEGs being met, and it was throughout the entire district, which certainly raised concerns for some of the west side and northern districts, which should not be and won't be affected by what is being proposed in the substitute language. So I see this as being an opportunity to provide better late season opportunity and to reduce some of the enforcement conflicts out there, which I'm not seeing the benefit of maintaining these lines that late in the season. And I certainly suspect that there's going to be, a relatively small proportion of fishermen that are going to take advantage of this. And so my concerns for escapement, my biologic concerns, and I think that relatively speaking, the terminal harvest is being upheld since the reporting requirements on the fish tickets will have to indicate where the fish were caught. Other discussion, Mr. Wood.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, especially in light of the RC versus the idea of a general district that was earlier. I have to say, though, that given that the testimony on a general district even later was really emphasized by some of members that were giving testimony that with a fair bit of local knowledge, wisdom, talking about the milling, how they come in and they mill for a while and before they go places. And if they're milling there, the fishermen will know that and hit them. And if they are coming in later, then they are more than likely discreet and going to different places. Even the Togiak, people from Togiak were mentioned in their public testimony that they were concerned of it hitting over there, although I know that's not what is in the RC. But that being said, I'm kind of going off of making sure that what I heard was the fish that are coming in late, if there's a bad year, one year, the fish that are coming in late and going to these little discrete creeks could be the ones that will actually rebuild the stock if the river collapsed. So whether that's like a whole wide general district or this area, which is definitely more selective, I get where you're coming from. I'm having a hard time being able to feel comfortable with it.
Other board discussion? Ms. Irwin.
Thank you, Member Van Dort, for bringing forward this RC. I appreciate the opportunity to look over this. I appreciate from this RC the intention of gathering additional data that is needed. It's become very apparent throughout this meeting that there's an enormous amount of data for specific stocks within this region, while there exists very little information and data on some of these other stocks. I'm concerned with any unintended consequences of targeting of, not targeting, but incidental catch of unknown species of unknown origin and population size. Again, I see the need for gathering that data, but I guess I'm looking at this from referencing the Sustainable Salmon Policy's precautionary approach. I'm not sure how comfortable I would be without the information available to know what those other mixed stocks are looking like. The other thing that I'm considering is the fact that this is a mixed stock fishery and we're basing those triggers solely on sockeye numbers. Now, I'm fully aware that there's not a way for us to necessarily base that trigger on the escapement of other species in other rivers due to the lack of escapement goals and lack of monitoring. However, it still gives me cause for concern that opening a mixed stock fishery with unknown data and then going it solely based off the sockeye escapement goals. I also will reference the public testimony that spoke to one of the hallmarks of Bristol Bay is that it's not intercepting fishery, and I hear the comments from the chair saying that interpretation is a little bit different. We're not sure how much intercept this would be. It's a lot of unknowns for me right now, but I do appreciate the chair bringing the RC to the table. Thank you.
Mr. Carpenter.
Yeah, thank you. I'll just make a quick comment. I appreciate the chair's discussion on this because at face value, when I looked at this, I really just am not a fan of creating new districts and new opportunities if it's going to be in violation of a policy or a management plan that we have. But I think the way you talked about it and described this, specifically to the point of gathering information, quite frankly, that we're really lacking in some of these areas, and the idea that the reporting would also provide information, and I would expect that happened and it happened promptly. So my position is changed on this, and I believe I'm going to support this. I guess while I'm here, I'll do the subsistence review on this real quick. Is this in a non-subsistence area? No. The board has made a positive C&T used for finding it for all salmon in Bristol Bay. Can this stock be harvested consistent with sustained yield? Yes. The amount reasonably necessary for subsistence, the board has determined that 157,000 to 172,000 salmon are reasonably necessary for subsistence uses, including 55,000 to 65,000 in the Queejack drainage. The finding does not include salmon stocks in the Alagnac River. Do these provide reasonable opportunities for subsistence? Yes, I believe they do. And is it necessary to reduce or eliminate uses to provide opportunity for subsistence? I don't believe so. So I will stop there.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. Appreciate your comments. And, you know, there are one of the things that did give me pause about the consideration of a general district in full disclosure is that there are no management plans for any other salmon species outside of the Nushagak except for sockeye. And again, to the vice chair's point, I think this gives us a little bit more of an opportunity to continue to collect information in that space, although, you know, arbitrarily cutting off areas, and I shouldn't say arbitrarily, but restricting some of these areas, I'm not sure does much to protect, if you will, or certainly gather any information for what is perhaps non-sockeye species. There may be some catch of coho and chum salmon. I don't anticipate that being significant, but I find it a real interesting juxtaposition when we have proposals before us at this meeting where we're asked to do away with and repeal entire coho management plans potentially. So I see this as an opportunity to get at what could be considered some foregone harvest potentially. Again, the requirement would make sure that all of those systems have more than adequate amount of salmon, according to MSY science, to be able to replenish themselves and continue to produce a profitable and sustainable yield. Mr. Bowers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So earlier you mentioned that there had been some discussions with industry regarding funding for late season sampling of this new fishing opportunities should the proposal pass. And so I just wanted to have a little discussion on that and put on the record that, we currently do not have staff or funding available for catch sampling of fish that would be caught under this new general district. And if this proposal were to pass and the board had, built the record around the assumption that sampling would occur, we would have to have strong commitments from industry. I don't know who it would be that would be funding this, but we would need strong commitments to ensure that we could get a cooperative agreement in place and implement that program. Thanks.
Fair enough, and I appreciate those comments, Mr. Bowers. Some of the information that was brought forth on the record is that some members of the fleet that were interested in participating in this general district would work with the BBRSDA to come up with the $50,000 estimate that the department provided to continue or to create that program. The department can use or not use that data as they see fit, but I mean, I feel that that's a significant commitment for the folks that would like to be able to utilize this additional time and area. Mr. Swenson.
I guess I understand. I'm just not very comfortable with opening up an area so that we can get genetic, information on this. I wish we had the information now, so that then I'd be happy to open that area up if we had some definite information on it. But just to open it up to get the information, I mean, we are gambling with that. So that's why I'm kind of in the position of no.
Fair enough. I will just note that it is very frequent that the department and the board will utilize fleet-gathered data, because in many instances, the department doesn't have any data program, so we are able to utilize information from the fleet. And the immediate example that comes to mind is golden king crab in Southeast Alaska. So I think that that's a very common practice throughout our fisheries. Mr. Wood.
Yeah, so I just would like to reiterate that I do appreciate the sentiment in your RC and getting more information, and especially in the light of as you mentioned, another proposal where we may end up getting rid of a stock of management or management plan and escapement goal for coho. But in these rivers, in an area where we should have so much more science to make these decisions and we don't, I feel like all I am relying on right now is this word of caution that I heard, especially from our senior members. And so for that reason, I can't cross the line to say, okay, I'm comfortable with this. So that said, it's just, again, that desire and need to have more information, especially on escapement goals for different species throughout the region, and that I guess is what I'm asking for. Thank you.
Other board discussion? I think Member Carpenter ran through the subsistence reg review, but to the points of the latter 5.5 and 6, that are board determinations. The question is, do the regs provide reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses? The answer, in my opinion, is yes. And is it necessary to reduce or eliminate other uses to provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence use? The answer is no. In that instance, since again we have well above the SEG requirements to provide subsistence opportunities. Any other board discussion? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Approval of these proposals is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for a private person to participate in the fishery. Approval of this proposal may result in additional cost to the department. Additional catch sampling would likely be required by extending the season. Additional genetic stock composition estimates would be needed to apportion the general district harvest to the stock of origin, and I would call the question.
Thank you, Mr. Carpenter. The question has been called errors and omissions. Anything from that side of the table? Any errors and omissions from Department of Law or Public Safety? Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 71 as amended. Chamberlain.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Irwin.
No.
Svensson.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Wood.
No.
Motion fails, 2 in favor, 5 against, Madam Chair.
Okay, proposal number 72.
Madam Chair, Proposal 72, 5AC06, new section.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Proposal 72 would establish new western boundary lines when Nushagak, Naknek, Kwijak, Egegik, and Ugashik districts have met the midpoints of their escapement goals, and the 48-hour transfer period has been waived in those districts. Current regulations allow fishing in terminal Bristol Bay districts associated with major river systems according to management plans. This proposal will allow commercial fishing on multiple species of salmon from stocks of unknown origin and run strength. The department is opposed to the general district concept because it will increase the intercept of non-local stocks and complicate the department's ability to assign catch to the river of origin. The department is neutral on the allocative aspects of this proposal. To meet the board's statutory responsibility to the subsistence law, it should consider whether subsistence regulations continue to provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses if the proposal is adopted. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any additional board discussion? Mr. Wood?
Yeah, I'll just reference comments I made on the last proposal.
Ms. Irwin?
Thank you. To the department, my question is, the department comments say that this would increase intercept, and we just had this discussion on, we're not sure how much intercept that would cause or increase. What is the basis of the department stating very strongly that this would increase intercept?
Through the chair, Ms. Irwin. During the WASP studies, we did actually collect some genetic samples from Middle Bluff. We sent test boats out there, directed by the department to collect genetic samples. And I don't have any of the specifics offhand, but my knowledge of that is those were mixed. If you look at the Igigik management plan, it says to reduce fishing on the ebb tide. The reason for that is to reduce interception of Kwijak river-bound fish that have been known to enter the North Line Igigik during the ebb. You heard testimony from fishermen about Middle Bluff being a milling area. And even just in the last couple seasons, we've used test fishing, not for genetics, but for assessing movement of fish into the Naknek Kwijak district. And there can be fish milling around Middle Bluff for 3, 4, 5 days before they'll even move into the Naknek Kwijak district. Madam Chair.
No, thank you.
Any other questions? I will also reference my previous comments. The proposal 72 as is written is not something that I'm entirely comfortable with, since it does not include some of the sideboard language that I had included in the substitute language for proposal number 71. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you. I will reference my comments on Proposal 71 in regards to the cost analysis and the subsistence review. I also agree with Ms. Carlson-Van Dort that the proposal is laid out, I can also not support. And if there's nothing else, I'd call the question.
Mr. Carpenter, the question has been called. Any errors and omissions? Seeing none. Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 72. Carpenter.
No.
Irwin.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Carlson-Van Dort.
No.
Wood.
No.
Svensson.
No.
Chamberlain.
No.
Motion fails, 0-7. Madam Chair.
Proposal number 73.
Madam Chair, Proposal 73, 5AC06, new section.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Proposal 73 would enact the general district when the fall fishing schedule is in effect. Current regulations allow fishing in terminal Bristol Bay districts associated with major river systems according to management plans. This proposal will allow commercial fishing on multiple species of salmon from stocks of unknown origin and run strength. The department is opposed to the general district concept because it will increase the intercept of non-local stocks and complicate the department's ability to assign catch to a river of origin. The department is neutral on the allocative aspects of this proposal. To meet the board's statutory responsibility to subsistence law, it should consider whether subsistence regulations continue to provide reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses if this proposal is adopted. Madam Chair.
Any board comments, discussion? Mr. Wood?
Yeah, thank you. I would just, again, refer to comments I made previously on the first proposal, and think it still applies.
Ms. Irwin?
I will also reference my comments on Proposal 71 and 72 in reference to the department's comments in the WASP study that was just mentioned.
Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you. I will also reference my comments to the merits of the proposal. I will also reference my comments towards the cost analysis and the subsistence review, and I'd call the question.
Question's been called. Errors and omissions? Seeing none, Director Nelson, call the roll, please.
Final action on Proposal 73. Svensson.
No.
Wood.
No.
Chamberlain.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Irwin.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Motion fails 0-7, Madam Chair.
Proposal 74.
Proposal 74, 5AC06, new section.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments?
Proposal 74 would require all Bristol Bay districts to have met their escapement goals before a general district could be opened. The current regulations allow fishing in terminal Bristol Bay districts associated with major river systems according to management plans. This proposal would allow commercial fishing on multiple species of salmon from stocks of unknown origin and run strength. The department is opposed to the general district concept because it will increase the intercept of non-local stocks and complicate the department's ability to assign catch to the river of origin. The department is neutral on the allocative aspects of these proposals. To meet the board's statutory authority and responsibility of subsistence law, it should consider whether subsistence regulations continue to provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses if the proposal is adopted. Madam Chair.
Board discussion? Mr. Wood?
All right, once again, I am going to reference my original comments on Proposal 71, and I think that still applies through this proposal as well.
And Mr. Swenson?
I would also, I would concur with Mr. Wood. Same as in my stance on 71 also.
Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you. I'll reference my cost analysis and the subsistence review for the prior proposals, and if there's nothing further, I call the question.
Question's been called. Errors and omissions? Seeing none, Director Nelson, call the roll, please.
Final action on Proposal 74. Wood.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Irwin.
No.
Chamberlain.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Svensson.
No.
Motion fails, 1 in favor, 6 against, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 70.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the record, my name is Stacy Vega, Igigik-Ugashik Area Management Biologist for the Division of Commercial Fisheries. Proposal 70, 5AAC 06.200, Fishing Districts and Sections. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
This proposal would extend the north line of the Ugashik District to the 3-mile state waters boundary. Currently, the district's north line extends approximately 1 mile offshore. This may increase harvest in the Ugashik District by an unknown amount and include intercepted fish from other districts and areas. Allocation in the district would likely further favor the drift fleet with the expanded drift fishing area. The department is neutral on this allocated proposal, Madam Chair.
Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you. To the department, if this line were to be extended, what difficulties would that add to you to try and maintain the allocated balance, or would it have no effect at all?
Through the chair, Member Carpenter, the allocation in the current allocation in the Ugashik district is 90% drift, 10% set. This would open up more area for the drift fleet, which could have implications on allocation. Managing for that could be through, differential openings, minimized hours, things of that nature, if allocation were to be skewed in the other direction.
Okay, and then maybe just a quick follow-up on that, just for the record. What were, like, the last couple years, what did the allocation numbers turn out like with the current line that it's in place right now?
Yeah, last year's, sorry, I don't have it directly in front of me. We do have it in our report. I believe last year's allocation was 89-11, so it's been pretty close. That has, there's other factors at play there, but it usually, Ugashik does have, gets fairly close. The last 2 years, 8812, 8812, 8119.
Okay, thank you.
You made reference to other factors at play. I think those are relevant to the discussion. What are those factors?
With regards, Madam Chair, with regards to allocation, the SetNet fleet has a single buyer in Ugashik. So when there is a large run or if there are complications with their efforts, they could be shut down and reduce fishing time, which opens up the drift fleet a little more. We give more hours to provide more opportunity if the SetNets aren't in the water. And we're not, concerned about any escapement goals or anything like that. So that can have an effect on the allocation.
Thanks.
Sorry, yeah.
And the allocation is 90-10?
Yes.
80, okay. thank you.
90-10.
Got it. Other board discussion? I have a question. Why was, since I think it was noted in our discussions with the public, I can't remember if it was testimony committee or both, that many of the other districts extend out to the 3-mile boundary. Why is it that the Ugashik does not? Why was it exempted from that?
Madam Chair, I could not tell you. I do not know the answer to that.
Does anybody within the department know why or when that happened? Mr. Bowers?
So, Madam Chair, in the staff comments, we say that the western boundary line was moved from a point on land near Smoky Point north to Cape Greg in 1967. The northern boundary was moved to a point 1 mile offshore in 1980, and then the current boundary line has been in place since 2007. So I'm assuming that, these were all actions taken by the board at, various times, but I don't have any other background on what prompted those changes.
Fair enough, sir. Thank you very much. Other board discussion. Mr. Wood?
Yeah, thank you. So I'm trying to recall, is it silting in up there on that northern line between the beach and that northern line? Or maybe I'm recalling having flown over Igigik. Is there any silting going on up there, kind of pushing the beach further out onto that line?
Through the chair, Member Wood, I wouldn't say it's filling in with silt. Obviously, at low tide, there is a large beach area, but there is no concern about silting in at the north line currently.
And if I could follow up, there was also public testimony about the idea of Igigik fish being intercepted through the Ugashik area there. It seemed like it was new information, but what does the department know about this phenomenon?
Through the chair, Member Wood, we do genetic sampling in every district throughout the season and throughout the run. We have done genetic analysis for these stocks for this mixed stock fishery to kind of parse out what's going where in all districts for the last 20 years. Probably the last 10 years has been the most, the newest methods for that. We have that information available, and we do know that Ugashik, I forgot which direction you were talking about. If Ugashik intercepts Igigik fish or Igigik intercepts Ugashik's fish, it happens. All districts kind of have some level of mixing and potential intercept. Proportion to the size of the run, Igigik generally takes, we'll say, more Ugashik fish than the other way around, but they both can catch each other's fish, so to speak.
Great, thank you.
I would just note, that was my recollection too, is that really the issue was Igigik interception of Ugashik fish, and I would reference RC 34 that brought that forward. This is independent work, but that is the RC in which that's illustrated and discussed. Other board discussion? So, Mr. Carpenter, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I remember during public testimony in Committee of the Whole, there was some very strong sentiment about moving this line, specifically about what we were just talking about versus Igigik intercepting Ugashik fish. I think the department, if we were to move that line to try and maintain the balance of allocation that's set out in regulation, I think they do have time and area, and they monitor that through the season, so I'm not as concerned about that part. I haven't heard anything that would suggest that moving that line out really would be a bad idea at this time. So I'm leaning towards supporting this proposal.
Mr. Wood?
I guess I have got a question for the troopers. Is this an area that you've encountered a number of problems when it's really happening?
Mr. Wood, through the chair, no, this area is not as problematic as others, as you've heard testimony about Agagik being kind of the primary area of concern during this board cycle, but this change wouldn't make a huge difference for our patrols in that area.
Thank you.
Given sort of the concerns that I heard earlier this afternoon about intercept, and given the information and the department's statement about terminal harvesting and intercept in this fishery, I'm inclined to support the proposal and extend the line. Any other board discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in the additional direct cost for a private person to participate in the fishery, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional cost to the department. I'd call the question.
Question's been called, errors and omissions. Seeing none. Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 70. Godfrey.
No.
Wood.
No.
Chamberlain.
No.
Irwin.
No.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Svensson.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Motion fails. 2 in favor, 5 against. Madam Chair.
Proposal number 45. I'm taking it up out of order. I think you guys knew this, but we're bringing this one up. Thank you. 45.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Proposal 45, 5 AAC 06.370, registration and re-registration.
Move to adopt Proposal 45 with substitute language found in RC 100.
Second that and ask for unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, the board has before it the substitute language found in RC 100 in lieu of the original language in Proposal 45. Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, this would extend the district registration period in the Naknek-Kweejak District to 9 a.m. July 22nd. Currently, commercial drift gill net operations are required to register or re-register in the Naknek-Kweejak District from June 1 to 9 a.m. July 17th. After 9 a.m. July 17th, drift gill net operations can move freely between all districts except Togiak. This would likely reduce late-season commercial fishing effort in the Naknek-Kweejak District. In years with late sockeye salmon run timing, this would increase the department's ability to manage sockeye salmon escapements within escapement goal ranges, proportional run size, and reduce late-season harvest of king salmon. The department is neutral on this proposal, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Wood, would you like to speak to your substitute language, please?
Yep, sure. So what this would do is hold back the fleet a little bit to get a little bit more of the quota up the river because it's a later run. It'll add a few more days to help management get escapement goals in, and it'll also help them be able to avoid, use the tides, these 7-foot tides, to help avoid kings. So that's because there's no fishing. They try not to fish below 7 feet. So anyhow, it seemed like another tool to help management have an orderly fishery, and also down the road get fish in the river, have time to get fish in the river before we're actually fishing on them hard.
Mr. Wood, I have a question for you. So I'm reading your substitute language, and registration would not be required after July 17th for all of those districts?
No, only for the Naknek-Kweejak.
But it would be required, and it wouldn't be required after July 22nd for the Naknek-Kweejak.
Correct.
But it would still be required for, and what, I'm sorry, could you please restate what the intended purpose of that is? I know you just said it, and if you could just help me follow
Okay.
along here a little
The
bit better.
notes I had written down is it would help hold back the fleet a little bit to help get more escapement up the river. And it would add a few days to help the management get the escapement goals because it's a later run. And at that same time, because there's later run sockeye going up there, there's also kings that happen to be going up the Naknek, later run kings and coho. And so being able to use the tides and the level of the tides will help avoid, fishing on those other stocks.
Thank you. Question to the department. Has the department struggled to meet those escapement goals? In the time
Matt-
period being considered, before
What was
July
that?
17th? Are you struggling to meet the escapement goals prior to July 17th or July 22nd?
Yes, Madam Chair. In 2018, we spent about a week in the Naknek River Special Harvest Area for concerns for the Kwidzak River sockeye salmon escapement goal. In the end, it turned out to just be the latest run on history, and we did meet that escapement goal, but half the harvest was after July 17th. In 2019, it was an even weaker Kwidzak River run, and we actually went into the Naknek River Special Harvest Area. I believe it was on July 18th after the allocation had already dropped and we had not met the escapement goal yet. In 2024, we closed from, I believe it was like July 15th to the 17th in order to meet the Naknek River escapement goal, Madam Chair.
Thank you, but you maintain EO authority to adjust those registration requirements and openings and closures in general, correct?
Madam Chair, the only way we're able to require registration, re-registration after July 17th is if we have enacted a special harvest area for the conservation of either the Kwidzak or Naknek River.
Thank you. Ms. Irwin.
Thank you. I apologize if you mentioned this already, but would the department concur with Member Wood's assumptions that this is going to support meeting the escapement goals within these areas?
Through the chair, Ms. Irwin, that's correct. And we do more than just manage for a minimum escapement goal. We manage for escapement throughout the run. So this would improve escapement on the late end of the run. Thank you, Madam Chair.
What would be the effects, when the Kwidzak has a very, very strong run, as we've also seen?
Madam Chair, there's two other things here for that scenario. If the escapement goals in that district, so in this case, if the Kwidzak escapement midpoint has been exceeded and the Naknek River escapement midpoint has been exceeded and the lower bound of the Alagnak has been exceeded, then that triggers the 48-hour notification period to go away. We do it by emergency order, but it tells us to do that under this regulation. This regulation does also say that the notification period may be reduced by commissioner's announcement. So if we're in a scenario where maybe we weren't there yet, but we saw it coming, like really huge run, we do have the ability to drop that 48-hour transfer wait period, Madam Chair.
Thank you. But what has been done in the past is when you are experiencing problems meeting those escapement goals for the Kwidzak system specifically, you use the special harvest areas, right?
Yes, Madam Chair. First, we close the district, and then we'll use special harvest areas.
Which is the intent of using special harvest areas and why they were created in the first place, although they seemed, as I said before, crop up like mushrooms, apparently. Okay. Any other questions? Mr. Godfrey.
During the committee of the whole, an individual said in practice this wouldn't really make any difference because currently the fleet typically waits, but if it was extended from 17th to 22nd, in effect they would just transfer, so this ultimately would not make much difference in practice.
Ms. Irwin.
Question for Mr. Wood. Did you consult with any stakeholders or users from this region in the creation of this proposal, or was this more so based off of public testimony and other factors?
A lot of it was based off of public testimony and talking with both set and drift and talking with the department. And I think later on in the two other proposals to come, it will also help with allocation between drift and set in the two proposals to follow.
Thank you.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you. Just for the record, this regulation or this substitute language does not do anything to affect Togiak, correct?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, that's correct.
Okay, thank you for that. You know, when I look at this proposal, I'm looking at the conservative aspect. When the Naknek-Kvichak runs are light, and I think on the opposite side of that spectrum, I think the department has demonstrated that it has the ability now on very strong runs to, through EO order, to relax some of those transfer periods, et cetera, et cetera. So I think basing that on conservation by moving this date back 5 days, I think that could be a valuable tool. And the other aspect for people just transferring because this happens, if it's a weak run there, people are just not automatically going to transfer. I mean, there's a little bit of gamesmanship there. So anyway, I think I'm going to support this.
Thanks. I'm leaning against not supporting it. It seems that there are some significant potentially allocative components to this. And Member Wood, I don't know if you would agree with that or not, but if you see any allocative issues, I would request that you reference the allocation criteria if your intent is to continue to support this.
I absolutely will, but and there are allocative issues to this one, but they're actually more addressed in the proposal for I believe it's 46 beyond this, because it speaks more to the drift versus set net allocation, both in the Naknek and Kvichak.
That may be, but I think there are allocative issues between the districts as well. Since you are affecting people's ability to move in between those districts and the timing they're in. If you don't agree with me, that's fine, but I see that there could be allocative components. It indicated that you agreed with that, and I just would, again, encourage you to talk about some of the allocation criteria so that we're building a thorough record in that space. I'll take Mr. Swenson, and then if you would like to speak to that.
I'm prepared to go through the allocation criteria. I was just going to do it on the next proposal that directly addressed allocation, but that's fine.
We got this one before us, so.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair. A review of the historical exploitation of the species in Alaska. Here we go. And other relevant jurisdictions. So we do have a history in this area. We've realized that because of that history, having a tool that would go later in the season would better help adjust the allocation between the set and the drift. A review of the life history of the organism. I'm not sure that applies. Identification of specific management goals and objectives. This would help the department meet their management goals, and it's been difficult in there because it has been a later run. And so this would give people more opportunity later into the season. An evaluation of the potential impacts on existing users. We're listening to that now. One of the things we did last year is we created an ACR that created a Kvichak special use area, which hasn't even been used yet. That's going to be coming up in proposals down the road. So there'll be more to that. An evaluation of the conservation impacts of the preferred management approach on non-targeted species and non-targeted individuals of the same species. The nice thing about this is it will allow the department to manage to a way that allows the fishing time to be at the most conservative time to allow other species like kings and koa up the river. And evaluation 7, and a plan for determining the productivity of the species well, I don't think we have that. Yeah, a list of proposed, a cost estimate for plan implementations. Don't believe there's a cost to the department or the individual. And an analysis of customary and traditional and subsistence use patterns. I don't believe there's, I don't believe that applies here. So,
Mr. Wood, is that the allocation criteria?
oh, shit. Boy, I sure didn't make that work though, didn't I?
You were on a roll, man.
God damn. I was on my wrong tab. Oh, gosh. Apologies. All right. 1, the history of each personal use, sport, guided, and commercial fishery. Long history in this area of commercial fishing, sport, and subsistence. So, does this give more allocation to the commercial? Yes, it does. The number of residents and non-residents that have been participating in the fishery in the past, and the number of residents and non-residents who can reasonably expect to participate in the future. I believe there'll be more participation in the future. The importance of each fishery for providing residents the opportunity to obtain fish and personal and family consumption. Not sure that applies. Available fisheries, importance of each fishery, and then to the economy of the region. So anyhow, any questions?
No, thank you, Member Wood. Mr. Swenson, thank you for your patience.
That's okay. It's been very entertaining. I'm going to support this because, to me, conservation is very, very important, and I like the sound of what this could do for that.
I'm going to speak a little bit to some of my allocative concerns, and I think that when you start to cherry pick or be highly prescriptive about the dates in which certain districts are later than earlier, I think that becomes incredibly problematic and highly allocative. And what you have is the potential, I think, for a lot of pressure to be put in the other districts unintentionally, perhaps. I mean, I could see in the Ugashik district and farther in those, other areas, a lot of boats piling up. That certainly has allocative implications in terms of the competition and the fish caught in those areas. And I understand that folks have the ability to move, but we're talking about later season fisheries here. And so I'm not, the more I think about it, the less supportive I become of having these sort of exceptions to the transfer dates. Mr. Godfrey.
As with my original comment, I was persuaded by committee of the whole, and the commenter who I cited earlier, I was inclined not to vote for this. Your original comments on this proposal and your immediate comments just now further persuade me to oppose this, and also looking at the opposition list in contrast to the support list, I'll be opposing this.
Other board discussion? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in the additional direct cost for a private person to participate in the fishery, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional cost to the department. I call the question.
Question's been called, errors and omissions. Seeing none, Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 45 as amended. Godfrey.
No.
Wood.
Yes.
Chamberlain.
No.
Irwin.
No.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Svensson.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Motion fails. 3 in favor, 4 against, Madam Chair.
We're going to go ahead and take a short bio break, and we'll be back on the record in about 5-10 minutes. Has anybody seen Member Wood? Is he in the hallway? Okay, everyone, we're back on the record. The time is 3:41. We are in deliberations of Group 2. We are at proposal number 46. Proposal 46, please.
Madam Chair, Proposal 46, 5AAC 06.364, Naknek-Quejack District Commercial Set and Drift Gillnet Sockeye Salmon Fisheries Management and Allocation Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Proposal 46 would change the end date used to calculate the allocation from July 17th to July 22nd. The allocation of sockeye salmon is 84% drift gillnet, 8% Quejack section set gillnet, and 8% Naknek section set gillnet. The accounting period is from June 1 through 9 a.m. July 17. This would increase the department's ability to manage for the allocation percentages specified in the allocation plan. The Naknek-Quejack District has later sockeye salmon run timing than the Igigik and Ugashik districts. As abundance in those districts decrease, the drift gillnet vessels transfer to the Naknek-Quejack District. Vessels that transfer prior to July 17 must serve a 48-hour waiting transfer period. Many vessels choose to wait till 9 a.m. July 17 to fish in the Naknek-Quejack to avoid losing fishing time. So the vessel count in the district increases to that date. The department is neutral on this allocated proposal, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion, please. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank
and then
you.
Mr. Wood.
So Travis, in light of what we did on Proposal 45, could you please, speak to the relevance, and how this may be applicable or not applicable without that component?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, managing for allocation without registration would be difficult because once registration goes away after 9 a.m. July 17th, we no longer know the vessel count within the district, and it can be very volatile as, abundances might change, across the various districts. So making decisions on fishing time and trying to hit a target percentage without knowing the vessel count, like I said, would be difficult.
Thank you.
Mr. Wood.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, that was the part about allocation I was driving at between the set and the drift by re-registering, and that way you could keep track of it. It also meant the department could have stayed on regular periods and used EO and tides to manage the fishery, especially to help keep there being higher prosecution on kings and coho. But I think at this point, since the last one didn't pass and now we're on to the 22nd, I mean, the 15th is whatever. It's pretty much irrelevant. I'm not in favor of this proposal with the 15th, 17th date as it stands. So I'll be voting no.
Other board discussion? Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Approval of this proposal does not expect to result in any additional direct cost for a private person to participate in the fishery, and approval does not expect to result in any additional cost to the department. I call the question.
Question's been called. Errors and omissions. Did we lose Sportfish? Just curious.
No, Madam Chair.
Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 46. Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Wood.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Svensson.
No.
Chamberlain.
No.
Irwin.
No.
Motion fails 0-7. Madam Chair.
Proposal 47.
Madam Chair, Proposal 47, 5AAC 06. Excuse me. Proposal 47, 5AAC 06.320, fishing periods. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Proposal 47 would extend the emergency order period from July 17 to July 22nd in the Naknek-Quejack District. In the Naknek-Quejack District, from June 1 through 9 a.m. July 17, salmon may only be taken during fishing periods established by emergency order. After 9 a.m. July 17, salmon may only be taken from 9 a.m. Monday to 9 a.m. Sunday or during periods established by emergency order. In years with late sockeye salmon run timing, this would increase the department's ability to manage for sockeye salmon escapements within the escapement goal ranges proportional to run size. Extending emergency order tide-by-tide management would reduce harvest of king salmon. The department is neutral on this proposal, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. Mr. Wood.
Yeah, thank you. I really understood what the proposer was driving at, that extending it later would have slowed traffic down, would have been a more orderly fishery. It would allow the department to manage with EOs and looking at the tides to help conserve kings and coho. But given the other two didn't pass, I'll be voting no on this as well.
Other board discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll reference my comments from the last proposal. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for a private person to participate in the fishery, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional cost to the department, and I call the question.
Thank you. I think I would just add that, like, I appreciate Member Wood's comments because I can see where the proposer was going with this, but I think where I kind of got caught up was carving up the transfers for the various districts. So I won't be supportive of this one either. Any questions been called, errors and omissions? Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on proposal 47. Irwin.
No.
Chamberlain.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Svensson.
No.
Wood.
Nope.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Motion fails 0-7. Madam Chair.
Proposal number 48.
Madam Chair, Proposal 48, 5AAC 06.374, Quejack River Sockeye Salmon Special Harvest Area Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
This proposal would change the seasonal ratio of commercial fishing periods in the Quejack River Sockeye Salmon Special Harvest Area to 2 drift gillnet fishing periods to 1 set gillnet fishing period, and require all set gillnet gear beyond 30 feet from shore be removed when not fishing. The current fishing period ratio is 3 drift gillnet fishing periods to 1 set gillnet fishing period, with set gillnet fishing being the first period. Beyond 500 feet from shore, all set gillnet gear must be removed when not fishing. The department is neutral on this allocated proposal. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion, please. Mr. Carpenter.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, the board created this special harvest area last year. It's been yet to be utilized by the department. We thought potentially it would be a tool this year, but it ended up not being one. So when we created the special harvest year, we basically, you know, mirrored what was across the bay in Naknek, because there seemed to be some parity there. So trying to change something in regards to the allocative way that this harvest area would be used by the department without ever having done it, I just think is far premature.
Mr. Wood.
Yeah, this was an ACR that we approved last year. There was discussion at the time about allocation, but there was definitely a need that we saw to have this Quejack special use area. Hasn't been used yet. We did it at on the advice of the proposer, and it would help the management of this fishery. I'm glad it happened. We haven't had a chance to use it. I think keeping the allocation as it was explained to us then the same, and I'll be voting that way.
Other board discussion? I agree with Member Carpenter and Member Wood and will not be supportive of changing the allocation at this time. Other board discussion? Mr. Carpenter.
Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional direct cost for a private person to participate in the fishery, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional cost to the department. I call the question.
Question's been called, E&O. Nope. Director Nelson, call the roll, please.
Final action on Proposal 48. Chamberlain.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Irwin.
No.
Svensson.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Wood.
Nope.
Motion fails 0-7, Madam Chair.
Proposal 49.
Madam Chair, Proposal 49, 5AAC 06.374, Queejack River Sockeye Salmon Special Harvest Area Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
This would change the ratio of commercial fishing periods in the Queejack River Sockeye Salmon Special Harvest Area depending on drift gill net participation. The current fishing period ratio is 3 drift gill net fishing periods to 1 set gill net fishing period, with set gill nets fishing the first period. The department is neutral on this allocated proposal.
I'm going to go ahead and reference my comments on the previous proposal and say that I dislike this one even more at this time, just because I think it just brings in sort of unnecessary complications into reg. I appreciate the creativity, but it seems like this could get tricky to manage, especially when there's a lot of volumes to be dealing with. Mr. Godfrey.
I agree with your sentiment. I'll be voting no.
Other board discussion. Mr. Wood.
I'll reference my previous comments.
Mr. Carpenter.
I will also reference my previous comments on Proposal 48. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional direct costs for a private person to participate in the fishery, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in the additional cost to the department. I'd call the question.
Question's been called. ENO. Seeing none, Director Nelson, call the roll, please.
Final action on Proposal 49. Carpenter.
No.
Irwin.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Wood.
Nope.
Svensson.
No.
Chamberlain.
No.
Motion fails 0-7, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 50.
Madam Chair, Proposal 50, 5AAC 06.355, Bristol Bay Set and Drift Gill Net Sockeye Salmon Fisheries Management and Allocation Plan. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments.
This would add a new section to 5AAC 06335 that would direct the department to manage the Bristol Bay commercial salmon fishery for the highest level of product value with minimum waste. The department opposes adopting additional management metrics that would hinder the department from managing fisheries to achieve established escapement goals, which is our primary objective. The department is neutral on the allocative aspects of this proposal. Madam Chair.
Thank you. I believe that there are comments in Department of Law with respect to this proposal.
Madam Chair, yes, briefly, I did provide some guidance off record during our break. At this point, specifically the procedural steps the board can take to consider amended language that I believe has been RC'd. I believe the board can adopt the amended language at this time and then essentially kick this to the statewide Finfish meeting for adoption or consideration at that time.
Are we talking about
Yes, I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Proposal 50?
Proposal 50. Okay, so, yes, I'd just essentially just strike everything I just said. Yeah, and I'll just give it back to the chair.
Okay, thanks. Well, I was just looking at the Department of Law memorandum and Proposal 50, I think you said seeks to add some economic objectives to the commercial set and drift gill net sockeye salmon fisheries management and allocation. And I think that you just referenced that we are permitted to add economic objectives to the salmon management plan, but we must contemplate it in AS 1605251D. Correct?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, Mr. Godfrey.
I could have gone either way on this one, but I'm persuaded to vote against it because the disproportionate opposition to it to include 6 ACs in opposition and none in support. And the opposition list dramatically outpaces the support list, so I'll be opposing this.
Mr. Chamberlain.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with Member Godfrey. Also, one of the other things I would look at is, I think this is one that is, well, aspirational in regulation. It might be a little complex, especially when you're going towards product value and minimum waste. Those are fairly hard figures, but I think this is one that the market is probably better suited to address than a regulatory board. So with that, I'll be voting no.
Thank you, Member Chamberlain. I can appreciate the spirit in which the proposer offered this, this language and the proposal, but I think it's, while the board does consider economics, I think it's awkward for the board to require the department to manage for highest level of product value with a minimum of waste, two metrics which I think are highly subjective in the language that had been offered to us. And really, especially in Bristol Bay, where you have a sophisticated network of entities that are seeking to and working towards improving product quality from the processors all the way through the RSDA and individual members of the fleet. Really, I think it's more appropriately handled at that level. And to Mr. Chamberlain's comments, the market and the, you know, their own fishermen and networks of groups that I know exist in the Bay. Mr. Bowers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I completely agree with your previous statement. You know, the department is not, our expertise does not lie in determining what is the highest quality product for the market. And certainly, you know, there are certain fisheries where we have the ability to do that. Herring's a good example where we do, you know, we work with the industry on test fishing pre-season to determine roe percentage and try to harvest fish when the roe percentage is appropriate for the market. You know, with the salmon fishery, dealing with the volume we see in Bristol Bay, that would be really challenging. You know, the language states that the department shall strive to take this action. That's challenging for me to interpret, you know, what that means. But, you know, we have a close relationship with all sectors of the industry in Bristol Bay. Our staff are in constant communication with folks from the processing sector through the, you know, the shipping industry, and we do work with them closely to ensure that the fishery operates efficiently. And so, you know, I would argue that we are currently doing this to the best of our ability. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Bowers. I'd probably add cold storage to that list of things that you talked about too, right? Ms. Irwin.
Thank you. I want to thank the proposer for bringing this forward and recognize that it's a little vague to me also of how this, you know, would be carried out by the department, what tools would be in their toolbox to ensure this, what's the definition of minimum waste, how would highest level of product be defined. However, I do want to mention that there were conversations with users and fishermen from the audience who do see issues with extreme waste in different sectors. And while this meeting we're not able to address some of those, I highly encourage the public with ideas on how to do this in the future to continue to bring those forward to the board. Thank you.
Mr. Wood.
Yeah, thank you. As a catcher, seller, and direct marketer, I spend a lot of my life looking at quality. And it's hard to legislate good behavior, but I do just want to add, I do appreciate the sentiment of this proposal. I did do a tour through a processing plant this year. It was able to go through the sorting process and actually look at the bins of fish that were being sorted. And I was pretty blown away at some of the massively contorted, pulled, like, fish in multiple bins that definitely had either been pulled, squashed, wrapped, something. I mean, they looked gnarly and couldn't have been filleted to save your life. And it left an impression on me. And so I think everybody's ability to strive for, this high quality fishery that we depend on and treating each fish with respect is noted. And I'm sure everybody out there does that. Thank you.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for a private person to participate, and approval of this proposal may result in additional cost to the department to evaluate fish quality product value metrics into the management scheme. And I would call the question.
Question's been called. Errors and omissions. Seeing none, Director Nelson, call the roll, please.
Final action on Proposal 50. Svensson.
No.
Wood.
No.
Chamberlain.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Irwin.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Motion fails 0-7, Madam Chair.
Proposal 51.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Proposal 51. I will note that the 5AAC number on the proposal is, there is a typo there. The correct 5AAC is 5AAC 06.374, Queejack River Sockeye Salmon Special Harvest Area Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
This will allow drift gillnet vessels to carry additional gear while fishing in the Queejack River Sockeye Salmon Special Harvest Area if the gear is stored in a net bag or brailer bag. Drift gillnet vessels fishing in this area may not use more than 75 fathoms of drift gillnet to take salmon. May not use more than one gillnet at any time to take salmon at any time, and may not have more than 150 fathoms on board. The department supports requiring more than 75 fathoms of gear to be tied up in a net bag or brailer bag for enforcement purposes. The department is neutral on the allocative aspects of this proposal. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you. So this specifically talks about the Queejack Special Harvest Area. Could you talk about what the current regulation is in the Naknek Special Harvest Area, the similarities that might exist between that and what's being proposed here?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, the language in the current regulation for the Queejack River Special Harvest Area mirrors the language in the Naknek River Special Harvest Area, and that language has been around for a long time. The proposed language is very similar to what is in the Wood River Special Harvest Area in the Nushagak District. Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I guess just a quick follow-up if I could. So I see that, the department supports this proposal. Obviously, there's probably an enforcement component that comes along with this, and, I like to support the idea of enforcement. I also like to support the idea of continuity. And so I think, taking a drainage like Naknek Queejack and having different rules and regulations from one side of the bay to the other is not necessarily an ease to users. And so I like to try and keep things more consistent unless there's a practical reason not to do it. And I don't know if I see that here.
What is the current practice in the Naknek Special Harvest Area?
Madam Chair, I'm going to defer to enforcement on this one because of the interpretation of that regulation and how it's been enforced here.
Thank you. Captain DeGraff?
So, Madam Chair, your question is how do we enforce this in the Wood River side?
No, in the Naknek, because, what I was asking what the practice is in the Naknek with respect, because what I think I heard you just say was that you've got the Wood River, which allows this, and the Naknek Special Harvest Areas that do not. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Well, to the department, that was your statement, right?
Yeah, yes, the Naknek River, the current regulations of the Naknek River Special Harvest Area are the same as the Queejack River Special Harvest Area.
Right,
Is that your
and so
question?
my question was, and I'm not sure that this is an enforcement question, but maybe it is. Either one of you have at it. But my question is, what is the current practice for carrying around that gear or not carrying around that gear? How do they handle that in the Naknek Special Harvest Area. I understand how it's proposed in the, how it's being done in the Wood River. How does Naknek handle it, which is a heck of a lot closer than?
So, Madam Chair, there's no specifications for how that, so they can fish with 75 fathoms. There's no rules on how the other 75 fathoms are stored on the boat. They can have 150 fathoms on their reel as long as they're only fishing with 75 fathoms.
Got it. That is helpful. Is there anything that you would add to that, Captain DeGraff, in terms of enforcement ease?
No, and I just wanted to concur with Mr. Carpenter's statement that it would bring continuity and clarity to everybody, including enforcement there, so.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Now I'm catching up. Ms. Irwin.
Yeah, thank you so much. So I'm looking at the, some AC minutes and AC notes, and I was leaning a little bit more in opposition of this due to some of the local opposition. However, with enforcement mentioning that this would make that continuity and a little bit easier on them, I'm thinking that I'm starting to lean a little bit more the other way, but would love to hear what other members have to say.
Mr. Godfrey?
I could have gone either way, but when Board Member Carpenter spoke, I was compelled by his perspective on this, and when it was confirmed by enforcement AST, I'm going to be in agreement here.
Mr. Swenson, did you have a comment or a question?
No, I would be leaning the same way. Even though the ACs are widely against this, it seems to make sense to make this the same.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional direct costs for a private person to participate in the fishery. And approval of this proposal is not expected to result in the additional direct costs to the department, and I would call the question.
Question's been called. Errors and omissions? Seeing none. Director Nelson, call the roll, please.
Final action on Proposal 51. Wood.
No.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Irwin.
Yes.
Chamberlain.
No.
Carpenter. Svensson.
Yes.
Motion carries 5 in favor, 2 against, Madam Chair.
Proposal number 52, please.
Proposal 52, 5 AAC, new section, Madam Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
This proposal would create an Upper Igigik River sockeye salmon special harvest area that would add about 4 miles of fishing area to the upriver portion of the district where the river narrows. It may be opened when sockeye salmon escapement is projected to meet the minimum escapement goal range of 800,000 fish, and it would be required to open once the department is projecting escapement above the midpoint of the escapement goal range, which is 1.4 million fish. Commercial drift, set, or both gear types may fish the area when in use, and openers in the Upper Igigik River sockeye salmon special harvest area would be of equal or greater length than in the full district. This proposal would reduce the department's ability to manage for escapements proportional to run size. Commercial gear conflicts could be common in this relatively small area, and expanding the size of the district could complicate enforcement. Harvest of salmon species other than sockeye salmon may increase. The department manages each river system for an escapement level dependent on run size. This requires tide-by-tide management flexibility. When necessary, fishing 2 tides per day with both gear groups can be effective for controlling escapement. There is no conservation concern with the current management plan and how it has been implemented. Recent large returns to the Igigik system in 2022 and 2023 were 18.2 and 14.8 million sockeye salmon returned to that district and yielded exploitation rates of 89% and 90% respectively. Escapement remained within the SEG range in both years. The department opposes aspects of this proposal that limit time and area management flexibility to respond to in-season salmon abundance. It is unclear whether this area would be used only during the June 1 through July 17th allocation period, and whether it could be closed once it is opened. Additionally, there is limited space in this area, increasing the likelihood of gear conflicts that could be difficult to enforce given the distance between the area and the district. The department is neutral on the allocative aspects of this proposal. To meet the board's statutory responsibility under the subsistence law, it should consider whether subsistence regulations continue to provide a reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses if the proposal is adopted, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you. I'm looking at the, I guess, the chart on page 56 of staff comments where it describes the special harvest area that exists now and then the one that's being suggested. It's kind of hard for me to understand how big that area is, but looking at the scale, it looks quite large. Am I correct?
It's about 4 miles long. I'm sorry, through the chair, Member Carpenter, it's about 4 miles and additional river miles of area.
Okay, I mean, looking at that, I mean, that's a lot of opportunity, actually. And considering what the department said and the reasons that it gave for opposing this proposal, I think with the exploitation rate that they gave examples of, staying within the escapement range, I just don't see a reason to create a new special harvest area here without the department's support. So I'm not going to be in support of this.
Mr. Carpenter, quick question for you. Were you referring to the length that is proposed in the upper Igagik special harvest area or the Igagik special harvest area in the 4 mile? Well, in the chart that you were talking about, I'm just trying to follow you.
Well, I'm just looking at this, the gray area is the one that currently exists, and the one above it, where it narrows up quite a lot, is the one that they're asking to create. And so when I look at special harvest areas in these different places in Bristol Bay, I mean, this seems to be one of the larger ones. And so if the department feels that the one that currently exists is adequate and they don't need more area to try and control the escapement, I think that I can't really be in support of creating something new at this time.
Thank you. I was just trying to follow you, whether or not the proposed area was what you were referring to. I don't think it was. And the proposed area seems to be relatively quite small. There's a couple of islands in there. It looks like funnel points. I could see a lot of competition and stuff going on in there. I'm not a huge fan of special harvest areas, generally speaking, quite frankly. I understand their purpose, I get it, but like I said earlier, they seem to crop up like mushrooms and seem to create more problems than they solve potentially in a lot of instances. So I don't think it's necessary and won't be supportive. Mr. Wood?
Yeah, thank you. I also support the department's comments on this. I look at what's being proposed here. It looks like they've made it into the river at that point, so I think we'll just leave it with that and leave them alone.
Ms. Irwin?
Thank you. We've heard quite a bit of testimony on different proposals throughout all of our committees so far about existing gear conflict and the difficulties that the Bay faces with that, in addition to issues with enforcement lacking the ability to be everywhere all at once, and people, complaining about lack thereof or enforceability. And so to me, this seems as though it might just put another gear conflict or exacerbate existing issues that already exist there. I'm also looking at this department comment saying that harvest of salmon species other than sockeye may increase. I'm not completely tied to that because we don't have a lot of data in front of us showing that, but that does raise a red flag and a concern for me. Thank you.
Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll reference my subsistence review from prior proposals, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in additional direct cost for a private person to participate in the fishery, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in the additional cost to the department. I'd call the question.
Question's been called. E&O? Seeing none, Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 52. Godfrey.
No.
Wood.
Nope.
Chamberlain.
No.
Irwin.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Svensson.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Motion fails 0-7. Madam Chair.
Okay, let's take a 15-minute break. Back on the record at 4:30 to round out deliberations on Group 2. All right, welcome back. Time is 4:35. We're going to continue with deliberations. I think we paused at 53, but before we get into it, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to provide notice to the board that I would like to reconsider Proposal 51, if I can get concurrence on that.
Thank you. We will take up the notice for reconsideration and have that discussion when we complete the deliberation on this group, and then we'll take that up. That work? Okay, great, thanks. Proposal number 53.
Madam Chair, Proposal 53, 5 AAC 06.359, Igigik River Sockeye Salmon Special Harvest Area Management Plan. Madam Chair.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
This proposal would allow managers to close a portion of the Igigik District when illegal fishing occurs. The western boundary line of the Igigik District would be moved into the Igigik Special Harvest Area, effectively taking away much of the north line of the district where most illegal fishing in closed waters occurs. The policy on closures due to illegal fishing, 5 AAC 39.185, allows the commissioner to close a fishery by emergency order for a period of up to 1 week. Continued violations may result in additional closures if deemed necessary. This proposal may close a large area of the Igigik District where most of the commercial drift gillnet fleet fishes. This would reduce the fleet's efficiency and could impact the department's ability to control escapement in years with large sockeye salmon returns. An intensive district boundary line fishery regularly develops on the north line of the Igigik District. In 2024, the entire Igigik District was closed to drift gillnet fishing for 4 days, beginning on July 25th, in response to reports of illegal fishing activity at the north line late in the season. The department opposes this proposal. The department already has the authority to close fisheries due to illegal fishing. Madam Chair.
Thank you. I note that Alaska Wildlife Troopers has comments on this proposal. Captain DeGraff.
Madam Chair, thank you. We are neutral on this proposal, but I did want to give a little backstory as to the some of the characterizations that were said about our patrol there, and that it wasn't inaccurate. We do typically withdraw from the bay, typically around the 21st to the 25th of July. Reason for that is really primarily like a staffing and priorities issue. The bay's met escapement when we do that. There's no biological concern. We have approximately 25 to 30% of our entire division staff in the Bristol Bay during the Bristol Bay season. We have other fisheries statewide where there are biological concerns that we need to enforce. We have many trooper posts that are empty or near empty during the Bristol Bay season to staff it. So we try to get people back to other fisheries that the board has prioritized, such as Upper Cook Inlet, Lower Cook Inlet fisheries here more recently. During the year, we maintain statewide search and rescue capabilities, so we're doing that as well, trying to balance that. The Kodiak region is typically left with one trooper during this Bristol Bay season. We still have Southeast, Prince William Sound, the Kuskokwim, Yukon rivers to patrol at the same time. And so we can only do so much. So when it comes down to us trying to prioritize, once we can check some of these boxes, we do depart the area. And it's to rush off to go cover areas that we've not been likely adequately staffing because of the Bristol Bay Rodeo, and we're off to the next one. We do maintain staff in King Salmon and Dillingham, although it is significantly reduced. We will continue to conduct patrols of the areas, typically via aircraft at a much smaller rate. But just wanted to provide a little context to the why behind our timing in the Bay and our staffing. Not sure if this proposal will help or not. We are neutral to it, but just wanted to give that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Captain. Board discussion, Ms. Irwin.
Thank you. A question for Captain DeGraffi is, you mentioned that there is sometimes aircraft patrol after those dates. Do you have any idea of how often tickets are written or illegal activity is seen in that aircraft, given that I recognize your staffing is low at that point?
Yes, Ms. Irwin, through the chair. I don't have exact numbers, and it changes from season to season. Depends, sometimes on the weather, if we can actually get the aircraft up into the area. we have seen violations in that area where people are pushing it, typically in the shallows there. The challenge late season in aircraft is when we don't have boat crews, it's hard to go contact a boat, interview them, see what happened, get their side of the story, make a determination, and if a citation, criminal citation is warranted to do that at the time. So it's hard to follow up on some of these, or it could be months later that we're able to follow up on them and try to make a determination. But I don't have an exact number, but yes, that characterization you heard about increased violations when we leave definitely goes up.
Thank you for providing that context.
Board discussion? I'll say a couple of words on this one. So this is precisely one of the issues I was attempting to address with my substitute language in 71. And the effect of, the enforcement problem or lack of resources in enforcing this late season line has been that the department closed the fishery, I think it was year before last, entirely. They shut down the district because of the egregious amount of illegal fishing over that line. And so this is exactly what I was trying to alleviate, and to allow folks to fish that and not have to have the department be policing the fishermen by closing down the fisheries. So this is not the preferred method to get that done, in my opinion. I am very sympathetic to what the proposer was attempting to do here. I'm not going to be supportive of this, and I'm disappointed again that that substitute language didn't make it over across the finish line, because I think that would have gone a long way to assist in addressing this issue. Mr. Godfrey.
Yeah, as a general rule, I don't like adopting superfluous proposals, and this seems to meet the definition of that, so I'll be opposed.
Mr. Wood.
Yeah, thank you. I'd just like to say I went out there this summer and had a chance to actually fly with the troopers down to this very area and realized how incredibly time intensive it is, the amount of hours they spend in the heli to get there, and the efforts they go to be able to kind of see what's going on. It's really impressive. And, that being said, I think it's a difficult one to be able to ask them to be down there all the time like that. So, and I don't think this will get there to it. And so I'm not in favor.
Other board discussion, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you. Like the chair, my support for earlier proposal was to basically solve this problem. And that unfortunately didn't pass, but when I look at the merits of the proposal as a standalone proposal, I think that I can't support it as written. I just think that there's really no reason unless the other part of the earlier proposal would have been enacted, so I'll oppose it.
Other board discussion, Mr. Carpenter.
Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for a private person to participate in the fishery, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in the additional cost to the department. I call the question.
Question's been called. Do you know? Nope. Seeing none. Director Nelson, call the roll, please.
Final action on Proposal 53. Irwin.
No.
Chamberlain.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Svensson.
No.
Wood.
Nope.
Carlson Van Dork.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Motion fails 0-7. Madam Chair.
Proposal number 95.
Madam Chair, Proposal 95, 5 AAC 06370, registration and re-registration.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments.
This will allow drift gillnet permit holders to unregister their permit and vessel prior to 9 a.m. June 25. They could not fish for 48 hours while waiting to be unregistered. After the 48-hour waiting period, they could register for any district except Togiak and begin fishing immediately. Prior to fishing, a drift gillnet permit holder must register their permit and vessel to fish in a district. They may fish immediately once initial registration is completed. If they want to fish in another district, they must transfer the permit and vessel to that district and wait a 48-hour district transfer notification period without fishing. The department supports requiring early season registration to inform management decisions. The department is neutral on this proposal. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Wood.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate the amount of thought that the proposer put into this, and I also heard a fair amount of very supportive public testimony for this proposal as well.
I don't see any board discussion. Mr. Carpenter?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, at face value, I looked at this proposal, and one of the things that I was kind of surprised about, in a lot of areas around the state, there's test fisheries that the board has developed, and fishermen can register with the department prior to the season. They're able to go out with their crew and make sets, explain how to deal with the boat. But it doesn't appear that there's anything like that in Bristol Bay, which is kind of surprising. But I also think that there's probably some other reasons that people really want this. And I think, I don't want to call it gamesmanship, but, you know, Bristol Bay is a very unique fishery, and the way the registration starts and the way you have to, you know, wait 48 hours. I mean, all those things are very unique to Bristol Bay. And so I could probably support something that would have asked for test areas to look to provide the opportunity, like was suggested in public testimony, the safety issue, et cetera, but I just think that there's too many things that could happen with this the way it's written, so I don't think I'll be supportive.
Mr. Wood.
Yeah, thank you. I also meant to touch on the safety aspect. Like anything that has to deal with having a safer crew, giving them time to practice makes sense. I too am a little bit baffled why it has to be so, like, as it was explained, it got more complicated, and even in the proposal, it seems complicated. So to me, it's like, is there something else going on here? If it's purely for safety, I get it. But I guess I have the same reservations as Member Carpenter as well, so I look forward to hearing from others.
Thanks. Ms. Irwin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a question for the department, and I'm sorry if I missed this in your briefing, but in your comments, it says that the department supports requiring early season registration to inform management decisions. Could you expand a little bit more on what, just a better understanding of how many boats are going to be in the water that season?
Through the chair, Ms. Irwin. Yeah, that comment specifically references an earlier regulation. I think we had an effect from 2013 through 2015, where drift gillnet vessels were not required to register until June 25th. And in that case, as the runs were building in districts, particularly in Igigik, which has the earliest run timing on the east side, but also Naknak can come in at a similar timing, trying to decide how many hours to open a period was very difficult without knowing if there's going to be 200 boats or 800 boats. I'm sure.
I have a question for enforcement. Is there any concern with this proposal in terms of enforcement?
Ms. Irwin, through the chair, no.
I have a question. So how does this, so the way I kind of understand this is kind of moving the registration into the ability to move it in sort of neutral area, and then they can drop it again, right? How does that assist with early season registration? I mean, it doesn't seem that it would necessarily be that early if they can kind of move it into a, we'll call it a neutral zone for the purposes of the discussion, I guess.
Madam Chair, on the east side districts in Bristol Bay, we typically do an early season fishing schedule. They vary by district, but for example, Naknak's 9 a.m. Monday to 9 a.m. Friday. That typically runs to, depends on the calendar and forecast and that, but typically around June 20th to the 23rd, somewhere in there, that'll end. And then we'll be closed waiting for the fish to arrive in the district. At the same time, so drift captains are trying to decide is, should I go to Igigik and start there because there's some fish there right now and we could get some pounds. But if they do that, they're committed to Igigik. If all of a sudden the Nushagak reaches the trigger points and opens, maybe earlier than the 28th, as the current plan suggests, they could lose, you know, those early openers in the Nushagak can be gigantic catches. So it's just, everyone's got a different strategy, but the hardest decision that I hear from fishermen to make is where to drop your card and when to transfer. So this proposal would allow captains to participate in that early season fishing schedule, say prior to June 20th, and you could go out 4 or 5 days even, and then they could unregister well before the Nushagak's going to reach its trigger point, and well before we're going to see the first big hit of fish to the Naknek-Kwijak or the Igigik district. Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you for that. That's helpful. And so my follow-up question is then, but if they register for that early season fishing time, right, they would still, at this time, could move their card to any of those other districts. They just have to wait 48 hours to do so. When you say they're locked in, what do you mean?
Right, so they have to wait 48 hours to transfer. But things that happen in Bristol Bay in about hours, not 48, like sometimes an hour, everything changes. I mean, there's been examples of a fishery opening in the Nushagak, first period of the season, no one's catching anything. An hour in, it's like no one's catching anything, and people transfer out. And before they even drive out of the district, nets start sinking, and they go, oh, I can't fish for 48 hours. I just made the wrong decision.
No, I get that. The other component of that question, the first part of my question was that how does that get to an early season registration that informs management decisions? If they are waiting to, if they are participating in that early season fishery until, let's say, the 20th or the 23rd or the 24th of June, I don't see how that's so much earlier and that affects management decisions in terms of when that goes off or when the department opens or closes. I could be missing something, but you say here in your comments, you support this because of early season registration to inform management decisions. June 23rd does not strike me as being that early season if that's when, to your testimony, the fish start showing up.
Madam Chair, my previous testimony was in reference to the Naknek-Kwijak district. In the Igigik district with earlier run timing, the early season schedule typically ends around June 16th. So Igigik district goes on to active management, tide by tide management, typically around the 16th, 17th of June. So we're looking at, almost a week where we're on active management, and if there's no registration, we'd have difficulty in determining effort.
Okay, thank you. So that's helpful. I still think that this is, what everybody knew what they were getting into with this, and if it truly was a safety issue, then there's time, much more time than 48 hours before when you go into active status. If you truly wanted to test your gear and train your crew, you could do so. I want you to confirm that the earliest date that somebody could be fishing in the bay is June 1st, that we heard in public testimony.
Madam Chair, that's correct.
Okay, so there's an individual choice about when to show up, when to get their crew sorted out, and it may or may not be convenient, but you have what I see as essentially 3 weeks to sort that out, 2 to 3 weeks, which in my mind provides plenty of time. I'm understanding where they're coming from, but I tend to agree with Member Carpenter's comments, and I'm very interested in hearing what some of my other members are considering and thinking about. Mr. Swenson.
It's kind of interesting that the ACs were highly against it. I don't know if the fishermen were all into doing this. I think there's a lot of mind playing going on, and I think it gets into neutral and they can put off making this decision that much longer. That's kind of my take on this thing.
Other discussion? Mr. Wood?
Yeah, thanks. When, in the department comments, it supports requiring early season registration to inform management decisions. Is the management decision, like how many people will sign up in the area? Or if they sign up and they go out fishing, you get a sense of where the fish are by their harvest?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, it's an online registration system. So before they fish, they drop their card, as it was called, and we have a number. Every day we put out a daily run summary that has the number of vessels registered in every district, and there's also a number of what the number will be in after 48 hours, because we know how many vessels are in transfer and where they're going to. Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for a private person to participate in the fishery, and approval of this proposal is expected to result in an additional cost to the department, and I call the question.
Question's been called. E&O. Looking around the table, I don't see any. Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on proposal 95. Chamberlain.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Irwin.
No.
Svensson.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
Wood.
No.
Motion fails, 1 in favor, 6 against. Madam Chair.
Proposal number 92.
Madam Chair, Proposal 92, 5 AAC 06.310, fishing seasons.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, this proposal would close the commercial salmon fishing season in the Naknek-Quejack District on July 25. Currently, the commercial fishing season is from June 1 to September 30 during open commercial fishing periods. From July 17 to September 30, commercial fishing periods are from 9 a.m. Mondays to 9 a.m. Sundays. This would have little effect on how the department manages for sockeye salmon escapement goals in most years, because on average, most sockeye salmon have passed through the commercial fishing district by July 25. In addition, active management of the district ends on July 17th. This would reduce commercial salmon harvest and increase in river abundance of salmon species, particularly coho and pink salmon. Subsistence salmon fishing would close in the Naknek-Quejack district, but would remain open in the Naknek, Quejack, and Alagnak rivers, where most subsistence fishing occurs. A little background here: from 2023 to 2025, annual average commercial harvest after July 24 was 1% of the sockeye salmon, about 84,000 fish, 2% of king salmon, 17 fish, 5% of chum salmon, 3,400 fish, and 57% of pink salmon, 1,400 fish, and 77% of the coho salmon, 592 fish. The annual average of landings during this time, or deliveries, was 3%, or 540 deliveries. The latest sockeye salmon run timing on record occurred in 2018. In that season, commercial harvest after July 24 was 8% of the sockeye salmon, 716,000 fish, 10% of king salmon, 241 fish, 35% of chum salmon, 108,000 fish, 98% of pink salmon, about 30,000 fish, and 91% of the coho salmon, about 10,600 fish. There were 2,289 deliveries. The department is neutral on this allocated proposal. To meet the board's statutory responsibility to subsistence law, it should consider whether subsistence regulations continue to provide for a reasonable opportunity for subsistence uses if the proposal is adopted. Madam Chair.
Thank you. Board discussion, please. Mr. Godfrey.
What probably carries the day for me on this is the amount of people on the record in opposition, in contrast to extraordinarily small amount in support. that's moving enough for me on this one, so I'll be opposed to it.
Question for the department. How, I think I know the answer to this, but I'm going to let you answer it anyways. How is enumeration done? How is the department working to assess what those non-sockeye species are after the counting towers are pulled? Or is that part of the project with the counting towers in the area?
Madam Chair, our counting towers in the Naknek-Kvichak district, we have 3 of them. They're all designed to count sockeye salmon, so we don't really have solid numbers on the other salmon species. And the duration of those depends on the river, somewhere between July 21st to July 31st. Those projects stop counting, but we don't have assessment on escapement for the other species, Madam Chair.
But you are using the fleet data through the catch records to determine, if they're still around and in sort of what volumes or abundances?
Yes, Madam Chair. For example, in our annual management report, we have a daily harvest by species, so you can look in there and see the species composition day by day through that late season fishery and use that to assess effort and if you might be having, greater exploitation rates than maybe we have historically.
So lacking that information, for example, if the fishery did shut down, you're not doing any kind of enumeration assessment of the counting towers for some of those other species, you don't have access to fish tickets or harvest data in the area, does the department use creel surveys or anything like that to determine what folks are catching, what the efforts CPUE is in those rivers for the sport fishery?
I'm sorry, was that directed question to me, Madam Chair? Can you repeat that?
So my question is in the latter season, the silver sport fishing time frame, I don't know if there is a lot of activity in the area at that time. Are there creel surveys that are being conducted to try and assess what folks are catching, what the CPUE is on, in the sport fishery on silver salmon and other species late in the season in this area?
I would have to get my area manager up here to answer those specific questions, and we can
you
get them
around?
up in the table, yeah.
Because what I'm getting at is that I'm concerned that if you shut the.
He was around, sorry.
Okay, staff needs to stick around. If you're flying to these meetings, you need to be here for questions, okay? So my concern is that, Lee, sorry to put you on the spot, man. You picked the wrong time to go to the bathroom. We would just be giving up all access to having any kind of idea what the heck is coming in and when, I guess. So my question for the third time is, in the latter season in this district, Naknek-Kvichak district, and those rivers and those tributaries where sport fishing is occurring, are there creel surveys that are being conducted? How is the department or is the department assessing CPUE effort, success, harvest, catch, angler days, any of that in the late season, particularly on coho, but on other salmon species?
Madam Chair, yes, so we have done a creel survey on the Naknek River for coho, but it was just a one-time study just to get data on it. We do not have any ongoing projects over there, and the data that we do have comes from a statewide harvest survey, Madam Chair.
When was that creel survey last done, to your recollection, if you can? Ballpark.
Yeah, off the top of my head, it's within the last 2 or 3 years.
Excellent. Okay, thank you. Mr. Swenson.
So how many commercial fishermen are fishing during this time? When you're running that to the 30th of December, or September, there's a lot of silvers running up that river during that time, if there are any there. No one knows because nobody checks. But so how much pressure is the commercial fishing putting on? And I know that's what with my compatriot here, Ms. Van Dort, is getting at. And I'm concerned too that if you leave that open till September 30th, well, that's when all your silvers are going to be running through there. So how much commercial fishing is going on then?
Through the chair, Mr. Svensson. So in the last 3 years, we've had an average of 540 deliveries. That's everything delivered after July 25, and typically we'll get deliveries through about mid-August. July 25, you could still have quite a few boats around, but really around that time, a lot of people are pulling their boats out for the season. During that 3-year period, there were an average of 592 coho salmon caught.
Yeah, well, yeah. So you're saying there's 592 caught after, when do they run in that river?
Through the chair, Mr. Svensson. Well, based on the creel survey that Lee was just referencing, the peak catches in the Naknek River were the 2nd and 3rd week of August.
It's not providing much protection for those coho. Thank you.
Well, what I was trying to get at was access to data and maintaining some kind of an idea of what's around at that time. And sounds like we got a statewide harvest survey. I don't know what the respondent percentage of that is. The ones that I've typically had reported on are very low. I would be surprised if it was anything other than. But I'm glad to hear that the creel survey is it. But I just think this seems just kind of silly to me to try and shut down this fishery this early. Mr. Carpenter.
Yeah, thank you. I completely agree with that. I mean, when I looked at the harvest information after this time period, and I think the department staff just kind of went through some of that, you know, in some years, depending on the sockeye run, there's a lot of foregone harvest that would happen potentially. And if the escapement goals are being met, I think that would be a big mistake. One of the things that's interesting to me is that if this were to happen, and correct me if I'm wrong, wouldn't this close the subsistence fishery in the district?
Through the chair, Mr. Carpenter, yes, it would.
Okay, and so I'm not sure how much subsistence activity takes place outside the rivers, let's say, or the beaches closer to the mouths. But if there's any at all, this would really be a restrictive factor on subsistence for no apparent reason. And so, for that reason alone, I am not going to support this.
Not to mention, if you shut down the subsistence fishery, there's no sport fishing that's going to happen. Mr. Wood.
Okay. Travis, I want to kind of touch on a few things here because you just threw out the coho harvest. And what is that? Do you know the comparison between the coho harvest at the time and to the sockeye harvest?
Yeah, so on average, we've got, like I said, for the last 3 years, 2023 to 2025, the average coho harvest was 592 fish from July 25 on, and the average sockeye salmon harvest was 83,458 fish.
Okay, so now we got to go back to recall proposals 45, 46, 47, which are asking to re-register on the 22nd to manage these two areas. And so this is a later run of sockeye, and that by some accounts haven't even come in by this 25th date. Is that accurate?
I believe that's accurate.
So we still have a late run of sockeye coming in, and now, you know, given those other proposals that were no to re-register on the 22nd, this is asking to close it on the 25th from the 30th. I mean, and your ability to manage, is that become more complicated? I mean, sorry, I don't mean that. If they close it, it won't be. But how does that all play together? Will you explain to me what you're doing?
You're right. If it closes on the 25th, there's no more management decisions after that. You know, we've got the fall schedule, and it's very liberal. One of the reasons it's very liberal is because effort people get done with the fishing season, the sockeye run tails off. But that being said, there are people whose business model does have a coho market. People that are direct marketers, they go out and catch a small amount of coho or even chum and process it themselves and sell them themselves. And most of that occurs after July 25th.
So are you still managing this by tides and paying it, what did you say, tides and just EO and tides, is that it?
Through the chair, Mr. Wood, no, during this time, it's the fall fishing schedule, which is 9 a.m. Friday to 9 a.m. Saturday.
Can I?
Go ahead.
All right, so thank you for that. It's a less restrictive fishery at this point in time than was in 45, 46, 47. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Swenson.
Wasn't the knack-knack run last year weak? For the sockeye?
It was below average.
So was the Kweejack, I know you got them lumped together here on this, but what was it? Was the Kweejack run stronger?
I'd say Kweejack run was about average.
So I guess if you keep fishing them, then it's a weak run that you're losing more of your sockeye. Thank you.
Below average does not necessarily indicate weak. Did you meet your escapement goals?
Madam Chair, yes, we met all of our sockeye salmon escapement goals in the district. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Carpenter? Or Ms. Irwin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank Member Carpenter for asking the question about subsistence because I can't, in good faith, vote for this with subsistence being closed on the same day and taking that opportunity away from folks. I do want to mention and refer back to Member Swenson's comments and questions about the coho salmon. I do have extreme concern about these other species that do not get counted on these other rivers. So while I still have grave concerns about that, I can't in good conscience shut down the subsistence fishery on July 24th. So thank you.
Mr. Carpenter?
Thank you. I will reference my subsistence review from prior proposals. Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for a private person to participate in the fishery, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional cost to the department. I call the question.
Question's been called. Errors and omissions. Seeing none, Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on proposal 92. Carpenter.
No.
Irwin.
No.
Godfrey.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Wood.
Nope.
Svensson.
Because of subsistence, no.
Chamberlain.
No.
Motion fails 0-7. Madam Chair.
Proposal number 93.
Madam Chair, for the record, my name is Tim Sands. I'm the area management biologist for the west side of Bristol Bay. My responsibilities include the Nushagak and Togiak district, and it's for commercial fisheries. Proposal 93, 5AEC 06.320, fishing periods.
Move to adopt proposal 93 with substitute language found in RC 107.
Second that and ask for unanimous consent.
Hearing no objection, we have the language in RC 107 in lieu of the original proposal 93. Staff comments, please.
Yeah, Madam Chair, so proposal 93 with the substitute language would allow the department to establish by emergency order fishing periods in the Kulukak section of the Togiak district for up to 96 hours per week, Madam Chair. Oh, you want the comments too? As originally proposed, the department opposed the proposal because it would reduce the department's ability to manage for conservation of small, unmonitored sockeye and king salmon stocks in the Kulukak Bay.
Does the department have similar concerns with the substitute language?
No, Madam Chair, not at the current fishing levels.
Thanks, Tim. And I'll just speak to the substitute language that I've offered. I heard the folks from the region loud and clear on this, where they're asking for a little bit more time in the Kulukak area so that they have some flexibility to deal with weather, certainly mitigate safety issues, to not have to travel to try and reach that area in bad times. It sounds like it can be quite a run. Especially in smaller craft. So the intention is kind of split the difference here because I do have concerns about this area opening up 5 days a week and having it get a little bit harder than intended, with folks either, not just from the Togiak area. I think that the local component is easily managed, but that's not exactly what we're dealing with here. So I'm trying to split the difference here to sort of progressively get an idea of what the effort might be in the Togiak area, since it is relatively small and discrete socks and kind of its own special area up there that is managed a little bit differently and separately at times from the other districts in the Bristol Bay area. So that was my intention. I did confer with the stakeholders. My understanding is that they are in support of the substitute language, and I open it up for additional board discussion. Ms. Irwin.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Van Dort, for bringing this before the board. To the manager, Mr. Sands, is this 98 hours per week in your experience in this area? Is this enough time in the week in order to provide those windows and the type of safety that we're looking for to ensure that these fishermen are able to travel in good weather conditions?
Yeah, Ms. Irwin, through the chair. So I think the plan is that I would be in communication with the folks in Togiak and get their perspective on when in the week they would like the opening to occur, and we'd work cooperatively with them and then provide them the time. And so in that regard, it should work out, yes.
Okay, thank you. And just for the record, I appreciate the substitute language being flexible enough for the manager to be able to decide and be able to communicate with that community and see when those best times would be.
Mr. Wood.
Mr. Sands, could you tell us currently what you're capable of doing with your EO authority?
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Wood. So currently we could extend fishing in the Kalukuk section. It just hasn't been our practice. We kind of set on this schedule through understanding with the community of Togiak, and obviously things evolve, and so this is the latest evolution, I guess.
Thank you.
Tim, can you give me a little bit of history on that? Because we had a conversation around that, and that I wouldn't say excessive, but the frequent use of emergency orders was problematic for the local fishermen?
Yes, Madam Chair. So when I started in 2000, the standard practice kind of given to me by my predecessor was we reduced fishing time. I believe at the time the fishing schedule was 9 a.m. Monday to 9 a.m. Friday, but it might have been 9 a.m. Thursday. So we reduced it to 9 a.m. Wednesday because there are two small streams, the Kalukuk River and the Tithe Creek River, in Kalukuk Bay. And what we were seeing was an influx of fishermen that traditionally fished in Togiak Bay into Kalukuk Bay. And so, and there was, I think the original proposal came from, so we were restricting fishing to 9 a.m. Monday to 9 a.m. Wednesday. And then I think some of the folks in Togiak submitted a proposal to change the regulation to what we have now, 9 a.m. Monday to 9 p.m. Wednesday, and we agreed we just wouldn't, we thought that was a reasonable amount of fishing time, so we wouldn't change that schedule by emergency order. And so we've kind of stuck with that. But there was definitely a shift in effort. There was one year wildlife troopers caught 5 drift gillnut boats outside of Kalukuk Bay fishing illegally in one day. And so that was kind of part of the impetus for changing things.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Any additional discussion? Mr. Swenson.
So Tim, you do have the ability to monitor this then, and if they're overfishing it, to cut them off?
Yeah, through the chair, Mr. Swenson. We don't monitor the escapement in either of those rivers. We can fly aerial surveys, at least on the Kalukuk River a little bit. Tithe Creek is pretty muddy, so we don't have good visual there. But and we can look at fish tickets and effort and see, monitor effort. And if effort the number of deliveries, for example, doubles in the next 5 years from what it is now, then we'll have an idea that efforts increased, and that might give us concern and make us want to maybe not do the whole 96 hours.
Yeah, my next question, do you think that, I mean, you've got Monday to Wednesday, is that, I mean, I guess I wonder why we're changing it. I mean, if it goes 96 hours and, I mean, is this good enough to allow those people to get up there and do what they do safely and so on and so forth?
Yeah, through the chair. So this would give us the ability to, instead of, right now, it's locked in Monday through Wednesday. If it's a schedule by, not a schedule, but open by emergency order, it would allow me to communicate with the community and check the weather and then decide on when they thought was the ideal time to be fishing over there. And we would give them a little bit more fishing time because the effort has been reduced since we went to this shorter schedule.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Godfrey.
I'll be supportive of this. It makes sense to me as is and generally achieves the goal that came out in public testimony.
Mr. Wood.
Yeah, thank you. My primary thought when we first had public testimony about this was safety. Do the most we can to allow flexibility for weather. So at least 3 days of fishing, even if they were flexible, they could still get guaranteed at least 3 days of fishing in, even if they weren't consecutive. And working with the processor out there, or the tender, I think this RC language I like even better. It gives them more time. But with that being, conservative with the discrete stocks, and just because you have more time and can fish all that doesn't take away the safety issues, of you could still fish all those days and have a boatload of fish in some really bad weather, which they know better than I. But anyhow, thank you.
Thank you. My primary concern is that you're going to see an influx of a tremendous amount of effort. And I think that if you're regularly reviewing sort of the catch records and you get an idea of what the effort is, you'll be able to keep a close eye on that. And I certainly think that the local fishermen are going to let you know if there's a ton of boats in there, and they're going to be the first to sort of raise the flag that something needs to sort of be considered in terms of curtailing effort. Any other questions? Mr. Carpenter.
Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for a private person to participate, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any cost to the department. I'd call the question.
Question's been called, Seeing none, Director Nelson, call the roll, please.
Final action on proposal 93 as amended. Wood.
Yes.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Irwin.
Yes.
Chamberlain.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Svensson.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0. Madam Chair.
Proposal 94.
Madam Chair, Proposal 94, 5AAC 06.369, Togiak District 7 Management Plan.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Staff comments, please.
Madam Chair, this proposal would remove the 48-hour maximum extension time for the Togiak River section in regulation. The department supports this proposal because it would allow greater ability to meet the Togiak River sockeye salmon escapement goal. Adoption of this proposal may result in the increased harvest of king or coho salmon, but the run timing of those species has minimal overlap with the sockeye salmon that would be targeted. Madam Chair.
Ms. Herman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm interested in the department comments that say this could lead to a greater ability to meet the escapement goals of that river. We also heard quite a bit of public testimony and support from many local folks regarding this proposal. Always concerned about incidental catch of other fish that we're unaware of those, the effects of those. However, I believe that giving the manager this type of flexibility with the local residents in support of this will just provide for a more well-rounded management and fishery. Thank you.
Mr. Godfrey.
I'd agree with Board Member Irwin's comments, and I move to support it as well, based on the department's position on this.
Any other board discussion? Mr. Wood?
Yeah, thanks. I think public testimony, I really like hearing from people out there regarding this and the escapement up into the Togiak and having, I really, looking at the department's comments, I'm very supportive of this proposal.
Thank you, not to mention that this proposal was submitted by the AC. Any other board discussion? Mr. Carpenter?
Approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional direct cost for a private person to participate in the fishery, and approval of this proposal is not expected to result in any additional cost to the department. I call the question.
Question's been called. Errors and omissions. Seeing none, Director Nelson, call the roll, please.
Final action on Proposal 94. Godfrey.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Chamberlain.
Yes.
Irwin.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Svensson.
Yes.
Carlson Van Dorn.
Yes.
Motion carries 7-0, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And at this time, we'll go ahead and recognize the notice to reconsider on proposal number 51. Is that correct? So just a reminder, do you want to walk us through the reconsideration procedure? I can do so unless you have it super handy.
I can do it, Madam Chair.
Go for it.
The board's guidance to itself is found in Board Finding 2012-262-FB. It's got 4 points. Only a board member who voted on the prevailing side of the original issue can move to reconsider a vote. That was Mr. Carpenter, and he was on the prevailing side. Motion to reconsider must be supported by a presentation of new evidence that was not before the board at the time the original vote was taken. A board member who wishes to reconsider any vote must provide written notice to the chairman or notice on the record of his or her intent to reconsider. I'm not going to read the rest of that because that was done on the record. And 4, after receiving timely notice from a board member of his or her desire to reconsider a previous vote, the chair shall set the time and date to hear the motion. And that's where we are. If the motion to reconsider carries, basically you transport yourself back in time to right before the final action vote on that, on that proposal.
So we're not going to be entertaining a lot of additional dialogue. It's just whether or not we vote based on new information. We're not rehashing the deliberation, essentially.
Well, once you get transported back to the proposal, you could potentially rehash it, but at least on the first vote on whether to reconsider, that discussion should be in the context of the new information.
Thank you, and I will also say that if Mr. Carpenter makes a motion to reconsider, he's going to need a second.
Second.
Okay, there hasn't been a motion yet, Mike. But I
Pretty
agree,
fast.
it's 5:28, I'm with you. All right, Mr. Carpenter.
I move to reconsider proposal 51.
I second that and ask for unanimous consent. I withdraw my unanimous consent.
We got a second, we got a motion and a second. On the basis of new evidence, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, after we took action on this proposal, I was immediately struck with the fact that part of the discussion and part of the information maybe that I was missing, I failed to take into account, probably my own fault, quite frankly. I didn't take into account the fact that they have D boats in Bristol Bay. And there are rules and regulations surrounding special harvest areas when it comes to D boats and what they must do to fish in those areas. And so, for some reason, I didn't see the information. It was brought to my attention by several members of the public that it was a very important piece of information to consider, and I didn't do it, mostly because I don't think I saw it or recognized it. And so, for that reason alone, I think that's my case for bringing this up for reconsideration at this time.
Mr. Godfrey.
Yeah, I don't believe that meets the standard of new information that wasn't available to the board at the time that we deliberated this. So with that, I will be opposed to this motion.
Other board discussion on new information? Mr. Chamberlain.
I think Member Carpenter brings up a good point on points to consider, but this information was before us. So on a purely procedural posture, I don't see that it meets the standard. But no, from that point, I very much sympathize with Member Carpenter's position, but from a purely procedural standpoint, I agree. I don't know that it meets the standard.
Question for those, where was the D-boat discussion? I know that I don't recall having that on the record during the deliberative period. Was that something that was explicitly expressed in the department comments, or I don't remember that in public testimony, although my notes could be wrong, but maybe that's a question for you or any of the other ones that are, Mr. Godfrey or Mr. Chamberlain, about where your assertion is that we had discussed it or that was available to us. Mr. Godfrey.
The fact that an individual board member wasn't aware of something that was otherwise in the public domain doesn't make it new information, only makes it new information to that individual.
Mr. Wood?
Yeah, in terms of new information, I agree that was new information to me as well, but I believe there was also some confusion about trying to keep the regulations consistent, and in the end, we did not vote to keep them consistent. So there was quite a bit of confusion wrapped around this Proposal 51.
Any other discussion? Mr. Chamberlain, then Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you. And I also want to point to the fact that it may not have been on the record meant that it was not on the record before the board. I view motions for reconsideration as a very strict standard, as something I do on a regular basis in board meetings and in courtrooms. Those happen all the time. And one of the things you do need is you need finality of decisions. There are ways to revisit these down the road, but if it wasn't on the record before the board, it wasn't on the record before the board. And if it was on the record before the board and the board didn't consider it, there are ways to do it, but it is a very strict standard. I view motions to reconsider under. And so for that is the basis for my reason.
Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you. I appreciate everybody's viewpoints on this. I really do. But I think one thing to take into account is that there was zero discussion about D-boats in this discussion. There was a dialogue with the Department of Public Safety. The dialogue was along the lines of similarities in both areas of the Naknek-Kvichak special harvest areas, and the entire discussion revolved around the use of 150 fathoms and how that gear was deployed and used. The D-boat information was not at all part of that discussion. Quite frankly, I didn't even know until it was brought to my attention that that was part of the regulation, and maybe that's a fault of my own, but I personally think that this is a reasonable thing to take up, and I guess I'll leave it up to my fellow board members to decide that. I'll call the question.
Question's been called. Director Nelson, call the roll, please.
On the motion to reconsider the board's action on Proposal 51, a yes vote would, I guess, reopen Proposal 51. Carlson Van Dort.
Yes.
Carpenter.
Yes.
Wood.
Yes.
Godfrey.
No.
Svensson.
Yes.
Chamberlain.
No.
Irwin.
No.
That motion carries 4 in favor, 3 against, Madam Chair, and so you are now back into the debate on Proposal 51.
Okay, so we have Proposal 51 back in front of us. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the discussion that we were having, when you look at the actual proposal, the discussion I was having with the Department of Public Safety revolved around what the similarities are and what the fishing techniques were in both special harvest areas. The proposal asks for the Kvichak section, to have similar regulations that the Wood River currently have. And the conversation with public safety was, and I do concur with this, was that 150 fathoms can be used, and there's different techniques in doing that. And one of the aspects of this that I did not recognize was that if a D-boat wants to go in and participate in the special harvest areas, They have to figure out a way, even if it's to take a shackle off because they're allowed an extra 50 fathoms during a regular opener out in the district, but not in the special harvest area. They have to remove that from the vessel. They either have to take it to a tender or they have to take it to the beach. They can't have it on their boat if they want to go in there. A regular boat that doesn't have the extra 50 fathoms can have 150 on his boat, as he usually does during a normal opener, and he can deploy that effectively in both special harvest areas. And my point is I wanted to keep the continuity together because I think it's a very easy way for enforcement to deal with that. It's in one bay, and I like the similarities and the continuity. And so that is the reason that I brought it back up, because I do think that the outcome of the proposal didn't necessarily reflect what I was trying to say or the information that was before me, so.
Other board discussion. Ms. Irwin.
Question for you, Mr. Carpenter. As you understand it, our previous vote, did it negate or go against the existing regulations and stipulations for D-boats in the special harvest area? Or do we now technically have two contradicting regulations?
The way it stands right now in the vote we took, the Queejack Special Harvest Area now has a different regulation than the Naknek side. And that is not what I was trying to do.
Thank you for clarifying.
Other discussion. Mr. Wood?
Yeah, Member Carpenter, could you explain the difference and how the shackle makes the difference of that D-boat? I guess I'm not getting it.
Well, first, if you want to participate, you have to get rid of the extra 50 fathoms. That's the first difference. The second difference is if you have 150 on your boat, you could fish it in a completely different fashion on the Naknek side that you now can on the Queejack side, which was not the intent. The similarity was to remain the same, not completely different. And so both of those aspects came into this whole reconsideration motion.
Mr. Swenson?
Maybe this is for enforcement. Does that make this difficult to have this difference now, if it's voted?
Through the chair, members Finson, for the record, my name is Aaron Frenzel, Deputy Director of Alaska Wildlife Troopers. Currently inside the district, there is a difference. When we look at enforcement, we look at one for our own reasons, if it's enforceable, and then also for the ease of people, the users. Having similar regulations in a district does help on that, so that there's no confusion when they're going in between, in this instance, the Nersha and the Queejack Special Harvest Area.
Thank you for that.
So for the sake of consistency in the district, what the proposal is doing would set a difference in how the rules would apply between the Naknek and the Queejack Special Harvest Areas, correct?
Correct, Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion?
I'm not sure if we need to do cost again and all that, so yeah, I would call a question on the proposal.
Yeah, we can reference the cost that was previously put on the record. I will just quickly go around look for any errors and omissions. Seeing none, Director Nelson, please call the roll.
Final action on Proposal 51. Irwin.
No.
Chamberlain.
No.
Godfrey.
Yes.
Svensson.
No.
Wood.
No.
Carlson Van Dort.
No.
Carpenter.
No.
That motion fails. 1 in favor, 6 against, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I think that concludes deliberations on Group 2. think we will break for the day and begin with deliberations on Group 1 at 8:30 in the morning. Are there any announcements, Mr. Nelson, that we need to make?
Similar to my reminder to the public, we need time to distribute any RCs you're going to be submitting specifically for the proposals in Group 1 that the board will be deliberating in the morning. So please submit your RCs either through the portal or to staff at the end of the table by 8 o'clock in the morning, and that gives us enough time to distribute them before the 8:30 start time.
All right, thanks. We'll see you at 8:30.